couple seconds. Okay, build a TV edit monitor loops for me, would you?
Roger that.
Okay, and you guys, both of you keep in mind that we're just 21 minutes away from AOS again, so don't let anybody run off.
Roger.
Yes.
Charlie, I think they're on engineering.
I'm on cue now.
Okay, Doyle?
Yeah.
That timing is coming from y'all.
Roger, that's what I was referring to as hash. We had it during Sam's, and they worked on it and got it down as low as they could, and said that to do any better, they'd have to tear the circuit down, but don't leave it alone.
Okay.
It's behind the voice of Apollo, right? Only.
Well, when they clipped it just then,
Yeah.
we had it on the line.
Yeah, it's on the line now.
Right.
It is? I don't have it then. It must be a different thing. I'll call it down.
Apparently there's nearly ground noise is so loud that we can't hear it except when the PAO comes up.
Okay, I'll call it down.
Okay.
New impact time for you for the S4B.
Go. Go ahead.
Okay, I've got GET 77 plus 56 plus 32.
Thank you.
You copy, Kate?
Copy.
Okay.
Roger that.
Now all I gotta do is convert that.
That's about 53 minutes from now, Doyle. That sounds good.
broadcast fan on cue?
Go ahead.
Are you listening to your phone patch?
Yeah, I've got a tone on it.
Okay, that is the output of the passive seismometer. I'll leave that up on that line to you. And now that is not exactly it. It will be a similar tone that will have some form of modulation or deviation when we get seismic output. I'll leave that up to you in case you want to record it centrally or something.
Okay, thank you, Houston. New center?
Yeah, I am fixing to have it pull back down, and then we'll get the real thing when it comes up.
Houston, broadcast fan. New center, broadcast fan. Building 1 Houston on cue.
Go ahead.
Hey, on that backup circuit.
Roger.
We got a tone.
Roger, I was just telling Van that is the output of the passive seismometer. And, okay.
Sounds impressive. What is it?
That's the thing that was left by Apollo 12 when the S4B hits the surface at in about 32 minutes. It's going to do something, we don't know what. But it's going to go zing, 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 or
Let me go tell my BAO people there.
Roger that.
They taking the tone off. Stay there.
Okay.
Broadcast fan. On cue. Building 1 on cue.
Go.
Lost the tone.
Yeah, Roger, we took it down.
Go back there to tell them what it is. You take it off.
Okay.
You make a liar out of me.
You know, that tone was not actually the output of the seismometer. That was coming from the science SSR. The seismometer people were putting it in. But it was purely a calibration button that just prior to the impact, it'll come up with some form of background tone that will be modulated by the event.
Okay. Wonderful. Now I can go tell them what happened. I don't know about you people. You're trying to make a liar out of me tonight.
How about that? Well, the first time, wasn't it?
Tell me about it, Rex.
Madrid contact net 1.
Telephone contact net 1.
Roger, Goldstone of Madrid, stand by. This is Houston contact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Goldstone had 100% Ken. Modulation go.
Roger.
Madrid had 100% Ken, modulation go.
Roger, Goldstone, you are the active site. Madrid, you are backup.
Goldstone, roger.
Madrid, roger.
great boxes to get the tone. Don't you dare throw one down the line to him.
Yeah, see, the terrible thing is I'm at the mercy of the scientists, which, you know,
that's a bad place.
fate worse than death. Right now I'm receiving absolutely nothing. There's been a tone on there for the last 4 weeks. They pulled it down, and the explanation I get is that the tone has been up all this time. It's purely a calibration tone. That's what I just had on circuit monitor. I asked them to put it back up, so I can set level for it. And they say that briefly or shortly before the thing impacts, we'll get the output, which is some form of tone. Or something. You know, I really don't know for sure what it's going to sound like. I've never heard one.
Kind of makes me nervous waiting for the tone.
Right. And in fact, I don't think...
Break. All stations stand by for a short cue.
What's that?
50 seconds. Give you a mark in 40 seconds.
Which one?
Mark 40 seconds to BAO. Mark 30 seconds. Seconds. 10 seconds, your lights on.
Roger, 1.
3, 2, 1. Talk to him.
Apollo Control, Houston. We're 2 minutes now
You have
from
me, Bill 1.
time of reacquiring Apollo 13.
You got him okay?
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, we have an update on the impact of the third stage of the Saturn, the S-4B. Our latest estimate indicates impact at 77 hours, 56 minutes, 27 seconds ground elapsed time. The predicted coordinates for impact, 26 degrees, 57 minutes south longitude. Latitude 28 degrees, 27 minutes west. Coming up now on 1 minute to AOS, and we'll stand by and continue to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
You're live on there to ground circuit, building 1.
Roger that.
Indigo 1 on engineering. Go ahead, building 1.
Okay, I have verified that we will receive the audio signal from the seismometer. Does Mike have any plans of us mixing this in under his audio or anything of that type?
We're not even sure that he'll be talking about it at the time, Doyle.
Roger that. I am feeding a isolated feed to the pool. I'm feeding it to the cape on the backup circuit, and I'm recording it here, so it will be available for anybody that needs it later.
Roger that. You'll have video on switchable of it.
Roger. I called Marley and filled her in on it. She said they might want to record it, run a videotape with the audio and that video together.
Okay.
Standing by now for acquisition.
Go ahead. Let me have that seismic display.
Roger that.
Thank you. Hell, it looks better now. What'd you do to the converter?
It looks real good. Cleared it up.
It's Houston. How do you read?
Thing sure is creeping along, though.
Aquarius, Houston. Over. Flying for radar. Houston, you read Aquarius. Aquarius, Houston, reading you about 3 by 3. Marked out. Houston, Aquarius, how do you read? Okay, Fred, reading you fairly well now. How do you read? Okay, I read you loud clear, man. Budget.
You go with it. Yeah, you go, TV in. Go ahead.
Larry, I'm going to make a quick call to the head.
Okay, make it a quick one.
I will.
Larry, that converter looks real good. I can actually tell where the pins are, what the lines, tell that they're defining it. Now, while they go, it just have a mess.
Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 38 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 has now rounded the corner, heading back towards Earth. We show a velocity of a velocity of 7,062 feet per second. And a distance from the moon of 566 nautical miles.
We're going this way. All right, we're coming up on Mars 50 now. Yeah.
Back with you, Larry. Okay.
"77 hours, 40 minutes now to the flight. We show Apollo 13 at 630 nautical miles away from the moon. Our ignition clock shows 1 hour, 47 minutes time remaining until start of the descent propulsion system burn.
Well, see where we're moving off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're no longer 139 miles. We're leaving. Yeah, so that's everything.
Just to ask the
That might be friction over there, Fred.
Most of those mates, trying to guess when it was going to be when they popped on, so I gave it to him for the seconds. I'm feeding this seismometer to keep me up. I've been patched at the patchable circuit in the building heat.
Yeah, so let's use 250 as a duplicate shot of the Kowski, which would be very problematic.
Okay. And give me audio off PAO release on that. Okay, will do. Thank you.
Put things the gate, they just get the truth. Yeah. Yes, or do you have to say it either? There you go. I get zero phase up here. Get back, back up. Again, back up. Yeah. All right, here's for the Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
But we still want an activation start time for our burn.
Understand, you want a power-up time, is that affirm?
That's the burn.
Okay, stand by.
Okay, let's get the cameras squared away. Let's get all set to burn. So, you got one chance, pal. You're not going to hack it at 152 hours.
Morning, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, regarding the start time for the power-up, you mentioned an hour and 15 minutes. We think that's adequate. This is crew preference. Depending on how much time you think you need, we would go along with an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Stafford, Cernan, and Young are all there too, Bill. Okay. Did you see Matt? I couldn't see him from here. Yeah, I didn't see him.
That's the power-up activation time for the descent propulsion system engine burn. We're now at 77 hours, 46 minutes into the flight of Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 872 nautical miles away from the moon. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, one of our special purpose clocks is counting down to the predicted time of S4B impact. We show 10 minutes of 30 seconds remaining.
Go ahead, Howard.
Bill, is that CCD coding down to the S4B? But next to the bottom line.
Yes. As Bitar would say, affirm.
Thank you.
Get the big camera back up there, Nick. Okay. Okay.
Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 49 minutes, now into the mission. We presently show Apollo 13, 1,007 nautical miles away from the moon. Its velocity is slowing down now relative to the moon, now reading 6,399 feet per second. Apollo Control Houston, 77 hours, 52 minutes now in the flight. We show 5 minutes away now from time of predicted impact of the S-4B.
It's Houston, Owen.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, we have about 3 items for you. We have maneuver pads, P30 LEM maneuver again, and the maneuver pad for the CM for splashdown. We also have a checklist change in the LEM contingency checklist. And I'll stand by while you're gathering the books.
Okay, I got the contingency book, so give me that one first.
Okay, page 18.
Okay, I'm at page 18.
Okay, about halfway down, when propellant quantity equals 30%, or rather 37%, we would like to change that line to read when time to go is equal to 10 seconds. Well, of course, the line under that remains the same then. Descent HE Reg 1 to close.
Okay, with time to go equals 10 seconds, descent HE Reg 1 close.
That's affirmed. Before I start on the pads, another comment. The general indications that we gave you before about the sun being in the commander's window and about stars in the AOT, such as that might be used for general indication of your attitude for the burn. That's all out the window. We're just going on the sun check that we made earlier, and we don't feel we have information that's good enough to give you the star and the sun in the window information. Okay, you're very weak now. When you're ready to take the P30 LEM maneuver pad, why, I'll be reading it up. Okay, this is P30 LEM maneuver pad. PC plus 2 hours, starting with noun 33, 079, 27, 3830, plus 08330, minus 00509, minus 02139, NA, plus 00205, 08615, 424, 272, 081, And the rest is NA, except for comments, as follows. OH, 2 jet, 10 seconds. CSM weight, 62480. Rim weight, 33452. And the dip's throttle profile is the same as before. 5 seconds at minimum, 21 seconds at 40%, and the remainder of the time at max. Over.
Yeah, right. It'll take it a while to get to the second. No, it ain't that far. Well, we're with one. Look at them now. They're moving. Still moving. Getting no audio from the side. Yeah, they're moving. Well, one of them's going crazy, I won't tell you. Yeah. Take that snot out of it, did it? Although we were supposed to press conference with Gary Bishop sometime about this. Yeah. Well, boy, there's a big one there. It's a broadcast, man. I'm not getting the thing. No, Roger, neither am I.
Okay, Aquarius, Houston, you're coming in about 1 by 1 now. Advise that I heard everything except the beginning, noun 33 values, and the comments. Please repeat the read back on those.
Okay, I'm going to put the power up.
The third one in is hit the pegs.
Houston, how do you read Aquarius now?
Charlie? Yeah.
Hey, you're loud and clear now.
I got the fellas I'm supposed to go on paper chart.
Okay, I got power amp now. CC plus 2 hours. 079er 27 3830 plus 08330 minus 00509er minus 02139er. It's flight J plus 00205 08615 424 272 081. Rapid flight A. OH 2 jet 10 seconds. CSM weight 62480. Rim weight 33452. Dip throttle profile the same. 5 seconds idle, 40%, 21 seconds. Remainder at max.
Roger. 40% for 21 seconds, I believe is what you read back. And all the rest is correct. Now for the maneuver pad for the CSM. Over.
Oh, it's really, it's not right.
Okay, stand by.
Hey, don't take a look over the one almost in the center. You begin to get some reading on it, too.
Roger. It means that that moon's just ringing like a bell, baby.
You do that again. I thought it went.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, this is maneuver pad monitor PC plus 2 hours. All NA until you get to noun 61. Latitude minus 2165 minus 16500
Hey, Howard.
11635.
Some guy was
36292. 142 3922. Over.
It looked like it just overpowered.
Yeah, that's what you call it in Greek. Oh, yes.
Monitor plane change +2, down 81, minus 2165. Minus 16500. 11635. 36292. 142 3922.
Raj, that was starting with noun 61, and that's correct. By the way, Aquarius, we see the results now from 12's seismometer. Looks like your booster just hit the moon and it's rocking it a little bit. Over.
You could bring your bottom ignition block up on.
Well, at least something worked on this flight.
We had it on that videotape while it was doing something that, was meaningful.
And I just want to verify one thing. We could go ahead.
Say, I'm sure glad we didn't have a limb impact, too.
All right. Just wanted to verify. We had poor reception when I was talking to you before. I wanted to verify
thing's just ringing like a bell.
You understand that the sun check you made earlier in the AOT was good, and that's what we're writing on. Anything we told you in the past about looking at the sun in the front left window or looking at stars like Nunki through the AOT, why we want to forget.
Roger, understand, Vance. I think Nookie would be kind of hard to see anyway with the moon right here.
Right.
It's Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 4 minutes. Apollo 13, now 1,704 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity now reading 5,768 feet per second. Vance Brand passed up a new PC plus 2-hour maneuver pad, which reflected a time of ignition of 79 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds.
We plan to start powering up at 7812. We've got a good time, but you think we ought to hold off a little longer.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, we think that's very good.
If it's ringing like this,
The
head out the door.
descent propulsion system burn should produce a posigrade delta V of 861 feet per second with this pad. Burn duration 4 minutes 24 seconds. We're at 78 hours 5 minutes now into the flight, and this is Apollo Control Houston.
What, looking at the moon? From being out there. Oh, he's staying with his TVs. What'd they get out there? Say again? What's he out there for? For a while. Oh, okay. Understand. Somebody had figured it that it would be several thousand miles elevation out in front of. Was that the question? Yeah, it's almost 2,000 miles right now. What is the precise question? The question was the closest approach. So we now got 135. Yeah, 135. And exactly 2 hours before ignition. Correct. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Eric. Hey, Jack, that changes. John talked to Deke about John still in this. Jerry, let's see Jerry for your
Apollo 13, Houston, or Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, after the burn, we'll get the power down instructions or checklist changes to you. At the same time, we'd like to get a consumable status to you. All I'll say right now is that we think you look in reasonably good shape.
Okay, very good.
That story, I don't really think. I don't think it Jerry can see. Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't hear all the conversation. We ought to try to get somebody else. No, the best guy are some of Deke's people. John talked to Deke about that in connection with the request. And Deke said that all of his people set up would be available.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Okay, one caution and warning light here showing. It didn't call out of the preamps, I suppose, because we don't have the ATC breaker in yet.
Okay, that's okay.
Stand by.
Hey, John, is there any way you can give us an explanation of this television picture?
I would love to be able to do it, but I think I'd have to go to science stats. That's obviously a seismic display. I had asked Gordon to try and get someone from Callio's department to, be with me. This apparently did not work out. And I would hate to wing it on my own.
Professor McLean, you just flunked seismometry. And,
I'm sure you would be every bit as good at it as I am.
Next question, John. Can you take a reading of your velocity chart in
He's trying to dial it up and see if it's there. Yeah, channel 22.
Velocity 5482. Not unless somebody makes a computer run, and they're not about to do it right now, I don't think. I understand the retro got that question, and got the question of distance, and change of shift brief. He says several thousand miles, but I don't think they're about to do that right now. Since we're about an hour and 12 minutes away from the bird right now. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Donald,
Go ahead.
yeah, I thought you were going to have Latham or somebody in a news briefing.
There is one set up. I don't know the time.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's several thousand miles.
Oh, yeah, I said several thousand miles. I don't know. Well, I'm sure. Do you know? Do you think they're in a position to tell us?
I don't know what they are, but I was. There's several thousand miles. Didn't have reference to that question.
Okay, yeah, the delta V is 861 feet or so.
McLean, I wonder if Tony England would help you out with this.
Yeah, I guess he could. Well, it seems to be. Is he around?
Him up there. He just left, I guess. He just went out the door.
Oh. Hey,
He went out the door to the left.
okay, yeah, we're only an hour and 10 minutes now away from the bird.
How long has it been ringing?
Well, says at least within 1 minute of its projected time.
So are you planning to give us a statement update?
Hello?
Hey, John, is there a document
That's affirmed, Jim. All we need is update a link circuit breaker closed on panel 11 and POO and accept, and we can ship it up to you.
You have a copy of the
POO and data.
flight plan over there, sir. It was sent over by Riley. It's best we've got it right now, hard copy.
No, I just brought over one page. That's all there was. It should be on.
Okay, Vance, we're in data. And POO, and the circuit breaker's in. Go ahead.
Past that point.
Okay. We'll ship her up to you.
We were just one page of it.
You're just getting a hard copy of that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're past that point.
I'm talking about the major loss there. Subsequent to this bird.
I don't think they're. They're not delineated really on that flight plan card because they've got to wait for these bird results. Earlier
somewhere down there they're going to start activating.
Yes, that's not listed on that flight plan.
They have not yet.
What they've been waiting for is this bird. And
The best I have is not necessarily times.
there could be as many as 2 midcourses.
All they're looking at in here, Howard, right now is up to 84 hours.
Somebody knows what we have to do. Maybe they don't.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 20 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 13. At present, the Apollo 13 spacecraft is 2,461 nautical miles away from the moon and traveling at a speed of 5,343 feet per second. We show 1 hour, 7 minutes away from time of ignition of the descent propulsion system burn.
Corey's Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, request verify ranging function switches in ranging. We need that if it's not there now.
You got it, man.
Thank you.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 23 minutes now into the flight. The crew of Apollo 13 continuing to proceed on their activation checklist.
All right, Houston, computer's yours.
Like that. Look, you don't want to take the boundary out. Go ahead, Howard. I don't know what it is. Gee, I don't know. Which words and see they rallies and put in Jack Riley. Yeah, I'm here. Listen, you see Jack?
Flight Dynamics advises Flight Director Gene Kranz that there will be no requirement to update the
Wait a minute.
PC plus 2-hour maneuver pad.
I thought I saw him, but that's not him. He's not. Larry, this is one on cue. Go ahead. I'm gonna drop off for a second. Run grab a cup of coffee. Okay. Exactly the same thing. They may have recalibrated it a dozen times, babe. Let's don't get ourselves in that kind of trap. Okay.
Yeah, well, on this book I've got back here on the seismic experiments, it gives, X, Y, and Z for this flight, which, shows a little drawing of the thing.
No, I think they're going to have one of the scientists explain it, which is as it should be.
Aquarius Houston, did you call?
We didn't call Houston.
Okay.
Jack?
Aquarius Houston, over.
Yeah. That was chapter review, but I think you were going to ask another.
Houston, are you calling Aquarius?
Roger, Fred. I'd like to confirm that you're getting drinking water out of, potable water out of the command module. And if you can make any estimates of how much you use as time goes on and how much you have used, we'd appreciate it for our consumables analysis.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 78 hours 30 minutes. We now show Apollo 13, 2900.
Okay, Jack, tried the procedure, and out of that pressure, we got 10 drink mates. That's roughly 80 ounces.
We now show Apollo 13, 2958 nautical
Okay,
miles away.
Fred, we had a little static on that one, but I think you said 80 ounces of water has been used out of the CM. Is that right?
Yeah, Jack worked the procedure and filled as many of the drinks as he could, and he made up 10 bags, approximately 8 ounces a bag.
Okay, we copy that.
Apollo 13 now traveling at a speed of 5,129 feet per second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to be taking Chester down and picking up Henry Simmons who's relieving you.
All right.
That Howard calls McCord, tell him that I found Jack Buxton and passed the message to him. Okay, fine. Thank you. That one's forward. Philadelphia.
Go ahead.
Bill, you got a call here from Paul Harrell of EPI.
What's it about, you know?
No.
I think he might be the guy trying to get out on a ship.
Trying to get out on the ship?
Yeah, he had talked to Benino apparently, and Benino said he could get out there and he'll interview you, I think.
Well, they knew the conditions, didn't they?
That's right, but he argued with Benino that because of the contingency.
No, it's not.
That's right.
Well,
You have a number for him? Yeah, 488-4266. I'll give him a call. Thank you. Hold one, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Where are you, Houston?
Howard Alloway on forward.
You want Howard Alloway?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, just a bit of information. If for any reason you had to slip TIG, why people here feel it wouldn't do much harm if you slipped it up to 30 minutes. The procedure, of course, as you know, is just not to pro on the flashing 99, and we'd like to be aware that TIG time isn't all that
It's
critical.
not network.
No. I don't know what it is.
I understand.
I thought that Howard or somebody over there had it all the time now. Latham apparently is still watching the Vegas.
Good, that thing is
That
still
discussion
going. I
between
would have
Vance Brand and Jim Lovell was concerned with the time of ignition for the paracynthian plus 2-hour burn. We're at 78 hours, 37 minutes now to the flight of Apollo 13. This is Apollo Control
That wouldn't
Houston.
make much sense. That would be, before the burn.
Yeah, I doubt that he would want to.
That's what I meant, yeah. It wouldn't be. Okay, well, I'll see if I can find Howard.
At 78 hours, 38 minutes, we now show Apollo 13 at a distance of 3,268 nautical miles away from the moon, and at a velocity of 5,030 feet per second. Our countdown clock shows 49 minutes, 30 seconds from time of ignition. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
I can't do anything here on it. I suggest maybe you call Turgeon or somebody. They might be able to find something to help interpret it.
All right, I don't know the words.
He's got them.
Okay.
I think he's taken them off and taped and untranscribed, you know.
No. Okay, he's going to come here.
He's going to give you a call.
Okay.
Okay, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, bud. Jack Riley on co-op. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, Vance Aquarius.
Go, Fred.
Okay, I think it's finally coming through to us there, what you just said a little while ago. Were you suggesting that we move the TIG up 30 minutes?
Nope, not at all. We're just giving you excess information. Just saying if you had any problem at all, it could be slipped.
Oh, okay, flipped 30 minutes. Okay, that's better.
Right. You guys are pretty fast, though.
Yeah, it kind of surprised us.
I guess that's what happens when you cut a lot out of a checklist.
Yep. Yeah, we've taken about 1,000 pictures in between steps there, too.
target? Negative. They've been complaining about this all day, and we don't have it reported to voice. It's probably a long lines crosstalk between here and there. Okay, can you stir up my bell on it? I've reported to voice. Anything I'll do beyond that muddies the water. Okay, you want me to rattle this tree a little bit? You can if you want to. Don't think it'll do any good. Who'd you talk to, buddy? No, he wasn't there. I think it was Wilbur. It's about all we can do, Cape. If we try to do anything else, we'll just get them working at cross purposes down there.
Yeah. Anything you can do would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I'll report it to my relief and give them an hour on it. If they don't clear it up, let him know about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Houston Aquarius, radio check.
Loud and clear, Fred.
Okay, I had a change in the background noise. Just wondered if you're still there.
Right.
Broadcast fan. Broadcast fan on Cape. Oh, I did. If I could remember to switch this switch down, I'd answer you. That helped.
Apollo Control Houston, 78 hours, 46 minutes now into the flight. We're 41 minutes away from scheduled time of ignition on our Paracynthian plus 2 hour burn for the Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 3,664 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity now reading 4,913 feet per second.
Hey. Got it. Go to 250. Then we go to 500. 250. Nothing. What it does is just attenuate it. Everything else. Okay, put it back in music. Your little monitor's nothing. There you go. Is timing too loud for you? It's about to drive up. Let's down here. What do you mean drive? I didn't know by now. I swore it already drove you. Probably it is. Just moving. Huh? What's the movie? Oh, it's a repeat. It's all over the hill, gang. This shift, I think, is a repeat. There were about 3 Texas Rangers that must have been over the hill and come back and try to wipe up the town, clean up the town. They're all over 70. Oh, dear.
Apollo Control, Houston, 78 hours, 57 minutes now of the flight. Flight Director Gene Kranz just advising his team that he'll go around the room at about minus 10 minutes for a final go-no-go for the burn. We now show Apollo 13 at 4,146 nautical miles away from the moon, and at a velocity of 4,791 feet per second.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Houston, Aquarius. Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Aquarius, we have some new information regarding what you should see out the commander's window at TIG. Over.
Instead of tying up the coal, Al, why don't you meet me on
Okay, go ahead.
3663?
According to calculations, you should see the moon. It'll be a full moon. You should see most of the disk, and it should be somewhere on your vertical LPD line, probably at about 14 on the LPD scale. Over.
Let Al meet me on
Roughly centered on 14.
Because we only got 20 minutes before we mission. We'll settle it right this minute.
Okay, Houston, I concur. I'm looking at 14 on the LPD, and the angle is just about centered. It's to south of Tritium, but it's the line is just slightly to north of center.
Okay, Jim, that sounds very good. We see that you have a slight yaw angle, so it should be north of center.
Apollo Control, Houston.
I can even see Mount Maryland from there.
The reference that Jim Lovell made there was one of the mountains that he named during his flight of Apollo 8. This is Apollo Control, Houston. We're at 79 hours, 10 minutes now to the flight, 18 minutes away from time of scheduled ignition on our paracynthian plus 2-hour burn. This will be performed in computer program 40 aboard the Lunar Module. The DIPS thrusting program using the primary navigation and guidance system. Lovell and Haise will be in Aquarius at the time of the burn with Jack Swigert in Odyssey. We'll stand by and continue to monitor. We now show Apollo 13, 4,717 nautical miles out from the moon and traveling at a speed of 4,675 feet per second. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Yes, it's calling completion. Cool. Yeah, it's Riley. See. Okay, give me a second to ask which one. Just one moment, Jack.
Hey, Jack Riley?
Yeah.
It's Jack Heaney. You have the velocity figured out?
I'm not on the clock.
I know, but I can see it.
No, I can't.
Do you mind if I ask him that question?
He just gave the velocity.
Did he first?
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, the velocity is 4,675 feet per second right now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's,
What's the distance? What's the distance?
let's see,
Distance you mean?
I don't recall. I read it right off the display. It's somewhere in excess of 4,612 nautical miles. Unfortunately, they've just taken down space digits.
Okay, 4612.
Yes, it was in excess of that when I read it.
Okay. Incident? Yeah. I just tell you too. Probably might have mentioned there that amount of same memory in mind.
Yeah, I guess I can. I hope so, anyway.
Apollo Control Houston, 79 hours, 13 minutes, less than 15 minutes away now from time of scheduled ignition. We show 13 at a distance of 4,839 nautical miles out from the moon and at a velocity of 4,651 feet per second. Within the next several minutes, Flight Director Gene Kranz is expected to go around the room for a go, no-go status from each member of his flight control team. We're at 79 hours, 14 minutes into the flight, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Bill, did you hear them say, tell Lovell he could delay this burn by as much as 30 minutes if he wanted to?
I didn't.
I didn't hear it over here. We got a report. You and your eyes got it. I haven't heard it. Okay, the guys out in front didn't hear it.
That day shot. John, did Lovell say, did they tell Lovell he could delay this burn just like this 30 minutes?
Yeah, they mentioned that the guidance officer that it was not, critical to do it on time, that he could delay it by as much as 30 minutes if he, found it necessary. They were not recommending that he do that.
These guys down there.
Okay, thanks.
I beg your pardon.
One of these guys.
That's part of the ECS system. They're probably showing how they're going to use the CSM, get that in-flight drive site management.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. That's one of the suit hoses, isn't it, Jay?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Maybe somebody ought to take them, change the ship.
Might be a bad idea. So they asked about it, quite fairly heavily in our championship. And,
Try to do that.
Chris Griffin said they were working on configuration even advance. They might be interested in seeing that change.
Apollo Control Houston, 79 hours, 17 minutes. Flight Director Gene Kranz now going around the room for a go, no-go status from each member of his team. We're go for the burn. Apollo 13 now 5,039 nautical miles away from the moon, traveling at a speed of 4,616 feet per second.
Aquarius Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, you are go for the burn. Go for the burn.
Roger, understand. Go for the burn.
Yeah, Bill. I guess back when I get follow like the up back here.
Okay, can you see him? We can't see him very well. All right, we'll give him some of those names. Frank Foreman. Yeah, I can see him here. A lot of astronauts in the back, including some of the 14th crew, I think. As soon as he gets back, I'll tell him.
Mattingly gets back in.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston. We're a little over 6 minutes now away from time of scheduled ignition at 79 hours, 21 minutes. Meanwhile, in Mission Control, both the viewing room and the floor of the Mission Operations Control Room have filled up with a considerable number of people. Among those here tonight are Dr. Thomas Payne, NASA Administrator, Mr. George Lowe, Deputy Administrator of NASA, Frank Borman, who commanded the flight of Apollo 8 and Gemini 7, and had a flying companion named Jim Lovell. Ken Mattingly is here. Al Shepard, commander of Apollo 14, is on the Mocher floor at this time, as is Ed Mitchell, the Lunar Module pilot, along with Stu Rusa, who is scheduled to fly in the command module for that flight.
Go ahead, Howard. There he is. I'm in the sound room.
We're coming up on 5 minutes until scheduled time of ignition. Gene Kranz is checked with a couple of his systems, or members of his flight control team who monitor systems. They indicate they're happy with the data they're looking at now. We're standing by, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston. "79 hours, 23 minutes into the flight, we show Apollo 13 at 5,263 nautical miles relative to the moon, and traveling at a velocity of 4,578 feet per second.
Cape bit, it's not an MCC, it's kind of a blast off speed up burn.
Acceleration burn then.
Apollo Control, Houston, less than 3 minutes away now from scheduled time of ignition. As we look at one of our displays in the Mission Control Center, we see that Apollo 13's Lunar Module is now in program 40. That's the Descent Propulsion System thrusting
We're
program.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the mark. Mark? That was standby.
What was that, Mark?
Standby. That was incorrect. 3 minutes. Counting down to 3 minutes, and I'll give you a mark, and I'll take into consideration 2 seconds.
Brian,
Mark.
I guess.
What? Maybe I can tell him what you want.
Roger, we got you.
Well, I wanted to get the pictures of the seismographic thing. That's what I.
Well, I think we better leave him alone till after this burn.
Okay.
And then get him in.
Right.
Yep.
Now, we're having trouble with the.
79 hours and 25 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 now at a distance of 5,349 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity now reading 4,564 feet per second relative to the moon. Less than 2 minutes away now from scheduled time of ignition. Velocity reading 4,560 feet per second. Distance from the moon, 5,383 nautical miles. 1 minute away now from scheduled time
1
of
minute.
ignition.
Roger.
Apollo 13 now 5,426 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a speed of 4,552 feet per second. Less than 30 seconds away. The engine is armed, standing by. Ground confirms ignition.
We're burning 40%.
Houston copies.
Attitude looks good at this
100%.
point.
Roger. Well, it's Houston, you're looking good.
Roger.
1 minute now into the burn. Dips is looking good. 2 minutes into the burn.
Wes, you were looking good at 2 minutes. Still looking good.
2 minutes, Roger.
Velocity building up. Diski shows we've gained 451 feet per second at this time. Reports to Flight Director Gene Krantz indicate all systems are looking good. Coming up on 3 minutes into the burn.
Wes, your go at 3 minutes.
Roger.
The onboard display shows less than a minute to go in the burn now. coming up on 4 minutes into the burn.
Don't forget descent reg 1 off, 10 seconds to go.
Shut down.
Roger, shut down.
That was Commander Jim Lovell reporting shutdown. The engine is off. We're at 79 hours, 32 minutes into the flight.
Are you reading 1640, Houston?
Roger, we're reading it.
We'll proceed. Here's our residuals.
Roger, very small.
Apollo control. 79 hours, 33 minutes, 5,707 nautical miles out from the moon at this time.
I say that was a good burn.
Roger, now we want to power down as soon as possible.
Roger, understand.
We're at 79 hours.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Suggest maybe that you just read off the circuit breakers you wanted to power down as you did yesterday for us.
Okay, we have a procedure ready to send up to you here in about 2 minutes. Let us know when you're all ready to take it.
Okay. Okay, is it going to be better to write this on a blank page, Vance, or can we use some portion of the power down, let's say, in a contingency book that already exists?
Stand by one. Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Slight delay here, Jim. It'll be a couple of minutes before we read that up to you. And we're looking at the contingency checklist. Power down. And that's on page 5. You might be getting that out while we get all ready to give it to you.
Apollo Control, Houston, 79 hours, 37 minutes into the flight.
Vance, would you say that page number again? Page 5 doesn't make sense.
Okay, make that power 5 in the contingency checklist, Fred. And it's the
That's better.
middle part of the page. It starts emergency power down, and we'll mark that up.
We're at 79 hours, 37 minutes into the flight. Guidance reported that the burn duration was literally right on the minute.
Power 5, emergency power down.
Okay, but hold off on it because we might have to start PTC up again here, and that's the point that's being resolved right at the moment. So stand by.
Okay.
Apollo Control, Houston, the term PTC, passive thermal control, is a barbecue mode which has been used on previous flights. There's a discussion in the control center now as to whether or not we should continue in that mode during the coast phase in. We're at 79 hours, 39 minutes into the flight and continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Broadcast's on call. I heard about this plan landing. What else is
Apollo Control, Houston, 79 hours, 40 minutes into the mission. We show Apollo 13 at 6,003 nautical miles out from the moon at this time, traveling at a speed of 4,980 feet per second.
Right on court. Say, Bill, you're aware, aren't you, that we are planning a Gary Latham briefing as soon as we can get... Yeah, you have a time on it? No, I don't. He gave us an hour estimate, which was an hour ago, but he told us it wouldn't be over until after it stopped bleeding. Right,
Bill? Go down. John's afraid those are still the pre-burn numbers on that display.
You gotta make sure that it's updated.
Yeah. As soon as we've got it up. Yeah.
that was just displayed in that there. Yep. Say, we as soon as Pat Nesky can get away and get that film on that seismographic thing.
You mean the film that he's already exposed?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll talk to him right now.
This is, the wires and everybody are really after us for that.
Talk to him right now. Thank you.
Corey, it's Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, we're ready to give you the procedure, which will power you down a good bit. And after the PTC is going, maybe we can give you further information. If you're ready to copy, starting in the middle of the page, power 5.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay. After number 1, first line, cross out and VHF-A. Second line, cross out simplex operation. Third line, cross out prime. That refers to prime power amp off. That prime should actually be replaced by off. And that's the second prime in that line. Also in the third line, the last word off should be crossed out and replaced by PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, which is VHF voice, on, comma, off, cross out. Lighting floods, which is the next line, should be off, but add the following, or overhead / forward, prefer off. Okay, step 2 remains the same, no change for the moment. Oh, standby. Skip step 2. Do not do it. Just go on to step 3, which is configure circuit breakers per the chart. That takes us to page power 6. Why don't you give me a read back on what you had on power 5, Fredo?
Okay, on power 5, emergency power down. Item 1. First line, I scratched and VHF-A. Second line, simplex operation. Third line, I replaced the second prime, which is the power amp, with an off. And the last word in that line is off, replaced it with PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, I scratched the whole line. Lighting, we haven't needed floods yet, so we'll just leave them off. Exterior lighting off. Scratch line 2, and I'm now on power 6, wait for your update on the CV panel.
Okay. Power 6. Okay, power 6 refers to panel 11. You should go per the chart with the exception of those breakers that I call out. First line is okay. Or let's say first row. Second row, quad 4 TCA closed. Quad 3 TCA closed. Quad 2 TCA closed. And quad 1 TCA closed. The rest of that row is okay. Row 3, about halfway over, ATCA pings closed. Okay, rest of that line is okay. Fourth line, heater, standby. Okay, that line is all okay, with the exception of the last 3 circuit breakers, Fred, under pings, which is LGC Diski, IMU standby, IMU operate. Those 3 should be closed, at least for the time being. And finally, the 5th line, it's okay as is. And would you give me a read back on that?
Okay, I disagree on the 5th line. It appears we ought to have the ascent ECA control open.
Okay, we'll check into that one and while we're listening to the rest of your readout.
Okay, and top row is correct as is. 2nd row, we want the quad TCAs 1 through 4 closed. On the 3rd row, we want the ATCA pings closed. The 4th row, we want the pings, LGC, Diski, IMU standby, IMU operate, all closed. And you're saying the bottom row as is.
Okay, we'll go along with what you said on the ascent ECA control. That should be open.
Okay, continue, Ben.
Okay. Next page, power 7, panel 16. 1st row. Close the 4 quad TCA circuit breakers. That is quad 1 TCA, quad 2, quad 3, and quad 4 TCA. Okay, rows 2, 3, and 4 are okay.
Okay, panel 16, top row. We want to close quad 1 through 4 TCA breakers. And you're saying the other 3 rows are as is. Again, I have the exception. The ascent ECA control on 16 should also be open.
Okay, we concur on that, and we have a late arrival in row 3. Stand by. Okay, Fred, one addition, 3rd row. The S-band power amp requests that you pull that circuit breaker and leave the switch in primary.
Okay, yeah, that's the way we were doing it before. I'll pull the power amp CD, and then I'll go back to the first page and put the power amp to prime.
That's correct. That should be changed back to prime.
Ralph, this is Alabrando. There was a
That's
earlier
that's
from
it.
the United Press to send a man out on the ship. Are you familiar with that? May I speak to him?
Apollo Control, Houston,
Good
79
work, man.
hours.
You're familiar with the UPI request?
51 minutes into the flight, that was
Okay.
Vance Brand going
Julian
through a
just talked
checklist
to
with the
8P,
Apollo
and I think it's a
13
guy
crew
named
for
Kmart or
procedures
something
and
like that.
powering down
And
the
explain the
system.
situation
Off
Julian did to this guy.
and
Said,
low.
We
Hey,
understand
lighting
that
flash
you
off,
have
exterior
agreement
lighting
to
off.
provide full copy on this flight. And you and UP.
Okay, you want to get your breakers, Jim?
And in all fairness to you, since you've got the time invested,
We now
money
show
invested
13 at
in-
We gotta probably go back to
6,515
that wide
nautical
end,
miles
man.
out.
and the guy said, well, it's just the breaks of the game. They made a decision that we would start alternating.
Okay, the front side burners are coming off the line. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Sorry.
Now, Julian suggests
Put
that
the switch off,
in
it'll
the
kill
interest of
caution
speaking
warning.
with one voice, that if UP appeals this, that if you get calls, you refer them back to him. Okay. Right.
the same way. That's exactly what we were thinking.
I'll get 16 down, 20 up.
Right. Yeah, I think should. Thank you.
You have me pull the auto transfer this time. Why should I have the VHF receiver on? You don't, do you? Yeah. Why don't you give him a call, panel 11? Okay, Vance, I don't know if you read me now, Hot Mike?
Roger, loud and clear, Fred.
Hey, Jim, just noticed we got a VHF breaker in on panel 11 still. I think that probably should be open.
Okay, that's affirmative. Pull the VHF-A receiver.
Okay. Pull it, Jim. I got it already. Okay, now, why are we putting the cabin fan on? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm pulling inverter 1. Okay. How very long since they had to switch off on you anyway?
Okay.
Right.
Now, my only question is, I got the cross tie plus circuit breaker in. Right here.
It's all right. Because that man is open. I'll look up with that caution on there.
Hey, Riley, are you? Jack Riley. Hey, John. We have to change the shift breaker. Let's get that again.
Vance Aquarius?
Right, go ahead, Fred.
I'll see what we can do. That's the suit.
Yeah, if we manage the first 30 hours or so here without caution and warning, we don't need to keep it up now, do we?
Okay. Think Dr. Berry. Tell him I'll give this picture to Doug.
Okay, Fred, that's one that we're leaving up until the PTC is established. We have a procedure for PTC to try with you, which we're hopeful will work pretty well. And I'll read that up as soon as you get what you're doing now done.
Okay.
Oh, why don't you go ahead and I'll get this PTC procedure. If I put a log and I'll just get that.
And One other question, Houston, you really want to pull the ASA breaker? You want to give up the eggs probably for good now, huh?
And Houston, I'm standing by to copy the PTC procedure.
Okay, I'll get back with you on your question in a minute, Fred. Now, here comes the PTC procedure. Step 1, guidance control to pings. 2, mode control at hold. Verb 76, enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude. And that, incidentally, is roll 0, pitch 90, and present yaw. We realize you can't monitor that on your FDAI, but you can on a verb with a verb 16, noun 20. With me?
Stand by.
All right, guidance control ping, mode control at home, verb 76 enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude, which is roll 0, pitch 90, and yaw, which is the present yaw. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay, next. Mode when you're established at the attitude, mode control auto.
73.
Key in verb 16, noun 20 to monitor rates.
783.
When less than 0.1 degree a second, rate in each axis,
And the other numbers here.
then disable plus X thrusters.
That's 59.
Okay, next, verb 25, noun 07 enter.
That's okay.
1257 enter. 252 enter. 1 enter. Verb 77 enter. Verb 48 enter. Put in the DAP 22110 and proceed.
Can't see him at this time. If he comes in, maybe we can give a message.
Verb 34 enter.
To come over and shoot the press conference with Gary Latham in the auditorium. What time is it due to start?
Then verb 16 noun 20 and monitor rates.
He's apparently been asked by the European
On
broadcasters
rates
to do
less than 0.01 degrees per second in all axes.
one of the change of shift briefings, which isn't a bad idea. You already had that.
Verb 76 enter. Mode control at hold.
Yeah. Go ahead. First thing, hear me? Yes, sir.
Then 30 clicks of right yaw to start the maneuver. Over.
So he's just not going to do anything. Theoretically, the way to do it on that first day would be that it's be effective. And that they anyway, okay, good enough. Thank you.
Okay, man. PTC procedure, guidance control ping, mode control at home. Verb 76 enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude.
Okay.
Roll 0. pitch 90, yaw 0. My ball now, of course, is inoperative, so we'll have to get that on the disk piece. The 5 is mode control auto. 6, berm 16 down 20, monitor rates. Rates less than 1 degree per second in each axis. Disable, and I didn't hear that last part. The next one was berm 25 down 07 enter. 1257 enter. 252 enter. 1 enter. Berm 77 enter. Berm 48 enter. 22110. Proceed. Berm 34 enter. Berm 16 down 20 enter. Monitor rates. Rates less than 0.01 degrees per second in all axes. Berm 76 enter. Mode control at home bend. 30 clicks of right yaw to stop maneuver, to start maneuver.
It's in the auditorium, and I don't think we can
Roger,
take it
that's
for a ride in the networks. My
correct,
notes cover
Jim.
it.
I'm sorry, say again?
The
Answer your
networks might have a
questions
camera in
and
there,
to
but I don't think we
correct
can
one
take it for
point.
Well, we can get it if we want.
Yaw
Where from?
should be your present yaw, whatever it
What are
is,
they shooting over there?
and that's up with roll 0, pitch 90,
Yeah, I guess so.
present yaw. The other thing
Punch
is,
it up in preview if you can find it.
you said disable and you didn't hear the rest. That's disable plus X thrusters. And finally, near the end, the 22110 referred to DAP loading.
Roger. Now, maneuver to PTTL, roll 0, pitch 90. It goes. Pitch is here. Roll is here. Yaw, whatever yaw I have here. Okay, man, so an additional maneuver to PTC attitude. I'm going to have to use the display 1620, and I'll have to use the PTCA to get there.
Raj, be advised that about 21:30, I'm going to desert this place and go to the auditorium to mix that press conference. So we'll be up carrying this air ground as is, and it'll be kind of
All by itself.
not quite, but almost.
I'll roger that. Who's going to be in the sound room?
Cousins and Cote. I mean, Harrison and Cote.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, Roger, your use of the TTCA, and just a reminder that in maneuvering that roll is an R3 and the yaw is an R1.
That's a firm, and I'm going to take out roll first to get it 0, then I'm going to take care of pitch.
Okay.
Okay, guidance control ping. Mode control at home. Route 76. Okay. We've got to get that up. Get you ready to stop moving. There we go. out the battery.
Bill down the celebrator. Bill, give me a real quick rundown on the water situation. The reason, just a minute.
You know what the plus X thrusters are? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure you do. I got them over here.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Just calling on the
Go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things, Jim. One is that you can use the TTCAs to maneuver, but you're going to save a lot of fuel if you'd try minimum impulse. So that might be a better recommendation. The other thing is, we'd like to give you a go before you disable the plus X thrusters and before you do a verb 76 and mode control to add hold. Over.
But please you'll understand what's starting. Yep.
Okay, understand. You want to go before I'm in, of course, I just hit it 76, and the mode control is an at hold at this time, but this is later on now.
Yes, there's calling broadcast. That is right. I think
Yeah, all we wanted to do was take a look at things before you disable the plus X thrusters and before you go to min impulse at the end there, that verb 76 enter mode control and hold.
I sort of figured that out.
Right, understand, and I'm maneuvering my roll now to 0.
Roger.
Okay, would that come out in, hey, did that come out in Griffin Spring? Yeah, both Griffin and Dr. Payne.
Yeah, those are the plus X, right.
Bill O'Donnell, Mark Bloom is standing here, says that he put in a request for you to get Chetley after the burn. Okay, he's still down there working.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
What factors did you want us to disable those plus X thruster? Just pull in those appropriate PCA breakers, or did you want to actually go in and smash those jets?
Yes. Okay, fine.
Okay, Fred, we didn't explain that. The verb 25 noun 07 enter sequence does that.
Okay, I didn't read the whole procedure. Jim just mentioned he wanted to disable plus X.
That's it.
Okay. Vance, you still trying to give me an answer on that pulling an ASA breaker?
That's affirmed, Fred. The word here is pull it.
Hey, Bill.
Okay. She didn't get much work out of the eggs this time.
Alabama?
You stepped out, Bill. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Hey, Howard. Roy Neal. Split. Yes, who's calling? Fred here? Stand. Stand by that, Roger. Jack, he said he had to be standing. Not any more tonight. Unless it's dead. Yes. Yeah, he indicated he probably going to be back in seat. Donald, Mark. Howard? Yeah. Now, Mark is the contract. I'd like to meet him back in Howard. Okay, now, I got something else from the White House. Okay, but they've been trying for this. Bill? Yep. Do we have any information yet on the residuals and so forth to indicate how accurate this burn? I don't have any.
Lightly.
I think you ought to that.
Yeah, the residuals were very small. Essentially a mix. Does this indicate that they probably won't need to mid-course? No, not necessarily. They'll need to track logs for quite a while before they decide on it. Okay, I have this call from Mike Collins here, reporting White House. Yeah, but tell Mike that a real good burn, very small residual. They haven't. I don't know how long they want to drag. But they were talking earlier about not doing a mid-course.
You got a ways to go.
Until at least 24 hours after the burn.
Yeah, 980.
Okay, listen to my thing. Okay. Howard Gibbons, you still on that? Okay, Henry Simmons tells me that he's going to stay for listen, and he's going to recommend that the rider pool secure for the night. He, however, does not know the wire service. He might double check with the wires there and advise me what's going to happen. Hey, Henry behaving in that? Oh, yeah. He's not giving me any trouble. Not the Henry Dino. Bill, down. Go ahead, Al. Hey, Bill, I'm a little bit confused here with this bringing over Chet, because I thought we'd kind of shut off these interviews at times other than change a shift. Are you saying we're letting up a little bit? Well, there's some things tonight for them. Okay. But it's still the same thing, though. Sure is. Well, I'll tell you what we might do. If you want to do it, let's do it across the board. Let's let up a little bit across the board. Yeah, I think we can now. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's, if we get a request, let's legitimately consider it. Now, Mattingly's out because he just won't do it. Okay, thank you.
I got up for what about Ken?
I haven't seen Brian around in a while. Bob, Howard, hang on just a second. Bob's off the set.
This is Bob Scott, TV edit. Yes, it is, I believe.
John McPherson. Panino or Lloyd, either one. Okay, tell him that this thing that Anders is doing for the president is the same thing that Borman used to do. He is kind of the aide to the president for information on this mission. Okay, yeah. Bill O'Donnell. Bill O'Donnell. Go ahead. Is Jim Long still there in the MCC?
Yep.
He's sitting in the front row down about 2/3.
What's different than before? What's the do P-37 to the left?
Jim Long.
Hard to do a P-37 to the left.
Okay, that's okay. Bill left. Okay, thanks.
Well, you can see where Elvis is going to land. The total buyer, out front. There's Echo. Yeah, barely hit the corner.
Where is Houston?
Yeah. Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, just some info. We're working up a procedure for you to use command module LIOH canisters to connect to your hoses, the outlet hoses in the LEM, so that as time passes in the mission, you can continue scrubbing the LEM atmosphere. And this whole thing requires modifying a kit so that you can attach the hose, or modifying a LIOH canister so you can attach the hose to it. So sometime in the future we'll be coming up to you with that procedure. Second point is we're standing by to watch your maneuver for the PTC procedure room.
Okay, I'm in process now, Vance, of maneuvering to 0 yaw, 90 degrees pitch, using minimum impulse.
Okay.
DO console, please. Albright on board. Yes.
And, Vance, I assume,
Delta V.
it had also been thought up that we got 2 extra secondary cartridges, one in each clip.
Roger.
Yeah. What did we say it was? Hold one. We gave one free
We'll
bird.
start working on that pod right now.
Didn't give, nor do they normally give.
Yeah, we wish we could send you a kit, and it'd be kind of like putting a model airplane together or something. As it turns out, this contraption will look like a mailbox when you get it all put together.
Is that the nominal or what? Or is that what we got?
No, that's what we were...
What are we thinking out of, man?
Sure, we usually do get some
One
indication
canister with a
how much we got on
about plastic roof.
Procedure.
don't we?
Well, all I can say is that we shut down right on time. I was watching the on-board...
Just for information, here's the,
used a number of...
during, just prior to going around the moon, we saw a lot of debris that was floating by us,
One-board reading, which...
including some, one rather large piece looked like a wrapping off of a line of some sort that, still was with us.
What they shut down.
I see what you mean. Okay, good enough.
Roger, copy, Jim.
Yeah, 61 feet per second.
Yeah, I think that's close enough, really.
Okay,
Even
good
after
enough.
our,
Shut down within 1
pre-return
second.
mid-course yesterday.
Okay, good enough.
Okay, we copy that.
No matter what I do, I can't stop that. Roll either way won't do it. Yeah. I don't see any way around it, Steve. Sure doesn't seem to be doing back there. I'll go down. Good. I don't know. What if they try the other simulator? I can't seem to get roll to go up. Going down on me. Better hurry it forward. It's a bit girl. You always do a change in rate. I blew a jar and hit a couple and roll. Oh. There we go. That's good.
Jack Riley on board.
What's the last?
I don't know what caused it.
Yeah? Bob Cousins aboard?
Apollo Control Houston, 80 hours, 27 minutes. Apollo 13 now 8,137 nautical miles out from the moon. And presently traveling at a speed of
57% fuel left. I wonder how come they didn't have an electric yellow detour.
Appear to be fairly busy. Pardon? Yeah. The John gave. I've got one John gave since.
Morning, Houston.
Yes. Yeah, 4,000.
Go ahead.
Second. That was,
Jim, we don't have any data on your movements right now. How does it look like this procedure is going to work out so far as getting an attitude set up, the first part of the procedure?
Well, Vance, I've been trying to use a bit of impulse only attitude control to get my roll and yaw, roll and pitch rather. But with the attitude control only in this configuration, I can't command you to roll the way I want to. So I had to go to the TTCA to get my roll to build up towards zero. It was going decreasing towards 270. I really don't know what the combination is, the attitude control, if you get the control to pitch your roll the way you want to. You've got to use the TTCA.
Roger, copy.
I now have both pitch and yaw, or pitch and roll going towards the designated amount, passing through 23 degrees at pitch, and I'm going up past 321 degrees at roll. And I'm letting them go that direction. When I get near 90 and pitch and 2 and roll, I will go into auto and damp the rate. You want, please? Okay. Got to rig up a method of using lithium hydroxide canisters. Right here. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah. Okay, Houston, we just got a mass alarm and a ECS light. I take it the partial pressure CO2 is, yeah, that's what tripped it. That's mother.
Of course, Houston, say again.
CO2. Our CO2 value was getting high. We had a tipped ECS light and a blinking component light.
They didn't identify it as well. They identified it as the
Okay, copy.
That's in the order of priority.
And well, I guess it was his reaction. It was probably too early to say anything to me.
Yeah, because they haven't really powered down.
He says, you know,
establish your base.
That's their flowers, but I can.
Yeah, they've got it powered down.
Powered down.
And then 17 amp configuration of establishing base. Yeah, I would think that'd be true, but
Stand by on that PPCO2.
they didn't give the implication that we didn't have enough pretty much.
Say again, Houston? Houston. How do you read, over?
Okay, read you loud and clear now, Jim.
Okay, did you hear what I just said about the ECS light and the blinking CO2 component light?
I'm back in the...
Okay, we got that, and stand by one.
Did you copy that conversation?
Not all of it, no. But I
Okay.
understand you're coming up at some later time.
Kraft's point, I talked to that you had to, well, until you're powered down and stabilized, establish the heat load.
Not much.
It's really hard to say just how critical water is.
Yeah, okay.
So he's not saying it's not the light.
Yeah, what he's saying is you can't get a good consumption rate yet. Figure yet. Several hours experience. Okay. I guess things are going to be pretty quiet.
Jack, we might have to have you rig up the CO2 rig they're talking
Yeah,
about.
I think so.
Corey Houston, over.
Now, getting a long ways to go.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jim, we're going to have to get back with you in a couple of minutes on whether or not we switch over at this time to your other canister. Second point, it might help in setting up this PTC if you concentrate on roll first and get that going, and then work on pitch
Not important.
when roll is established,
How long are you going to stick around?
and sort of take whatever yaw you
Well,
get.
I'll stick around until
Okay,
number one.
Vance, I tried that, but
Writers.
when I started doing roll only, I get pitch coupled in with it. But it, both I'm building up towards the desired amount now. I'm up to 46 and pitch and 326 and roll.
Okay, understand you've tried it.
He breaks his shift shortly after 11. By the time probably he gets to the shift, the briefing and stuff.
Once I get roll zero, I don't think it'd be too bad.
Okay. I mean, that makes a lot more sense to me, right? Roll on the table and sleep for now. But, right. So I can hang on, I can say, until either John or Lee's me or until the writers decide to break up. Okay, take it whichever comes first. Don't work too hard. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, John. Yeah. I hope to bug out now, get some sleep. There'll be somebody, this center will be open all night. The console is up all night. All you have to do is pick up 2 more call Houston Center. You get into the game, try to the console.
So what did they put on my lever?
Okay, I don't know if it's going to be on all night here.
Why?
The shifts get kind of flattened up. Bob Gordon is the guy that has I haven't seen him.
Nope.
Kind of
He didn't want it.
Last 3 hours.
There she goes,
See
Jay.
him going.
Good move.
Yes, she has arrived, but we don't know where she is right now.
Corey Houston.
All right. Thanks a lot. See you.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, Jim, since the first recommendation on how to maneuver PTC didn't work out, we have another one. And you might try this.
Huh?
Put yaw at 0, then start on the roll
Hey, Jack.
and the pitch after
Brian
that.
still there? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Stand by a minute. No, I don't see him anywhere. Okay, he was down earlier, but I don't see him now. Okay, if you see him around, Bob, all that. Yeah, okay.
Hey, Vance, do you read?
Yeah, I do now. Go ahead.
Okay, you might just tell me what sort of material you had in mind to build this mailbox out of, and Jack and I will go to work on trying to construct that thing. I assume we'll use the space-age baling wire or the gray tape.
I didn't hear him.
That's a firm, we have a lengthy procedure here, but in short, you use plastic as a covering for the whole thing. You put some kind of a stiffener at the top so the plastic doesn't suck against the LIOH entrance side. You need gray tape to stick the whole thing together, and you need something like a sock to put in the bottom so that the outlet side is plugged up. As it turns out, the flow is rather U-shaped through the cartridge, Fred. If you plug up the bottom, it comes in one side of the top and goes out the other.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let us go get a cartridge, and with this in hand, I'll speak to you some more.
Aquarius Houston, over.
Okay, man. Go ahead.
Okay, really, I think we should give you a more detailed procedure on that, and in general, those are the materials that are to be used, but let us get back with a detailed procedure on how to make this cartridge arrangement work.
Okay.
And to answer your question about CTC, man, it's very difficult to get John still a lot of ways. But what I'm doing, John is working towards 0 right now. Fitz is working towards 90, and Roll is working towards 0. So it's just going to take some time to get there, that's all.
Roger, there's quite a bit of noise now. I understand you're still having a problem getting there with the PTC.
We are getting there slowly.
Okay. Aquarius Houston, let's try forward Omni.
Okay, Houston, how do you read now? Houston, how do you read?
Loud and clear now. Go ahead.
Okay, I switched to forward on me now.
Roger, that's better.
Okay. I can't stop pitch. Gotta have use the fuel. Yeah, they sticking around doing it that way. It's not the wrong thing though.
Just going on court. Gibbons? Yes, sir. Yeah, what's that? Well, I'm having trouble monitoring my loops up here, and it's very hard for me to hear you. Well, okay. Go ahead. Yes. Mr. Carpenter.
Sounds very good.
I don't know the man.
Bob Carpenter.
Bob Carpenter.
Hey, Bob Cousins.
Roger, yes.
Look around on the console there. He left his number with Barry and that piece of paper. Must be still around there.
Just
You might look in the trash can and nowhere else. Barry's cleaned off all that stuff for John did. But it's not a piece of white or a piece of paper there. And it's named Carpenter and his telephone extension. It's a center extension. It's 4 numbers. Mr. Cousins?
Yes, sir. Okay. I'll go to it, sir. Right.
Washington Public Affairs self-ran on it forward. Hello. I hear a feeble voice in Washington. Hello.
Everything.
Hello, Gibson.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 80 hours, 49 minutes now to the flight. We show Apollo 13 at 9,100, 18 nautical miles away from the moon, and traveling at a speed of 4,700, 18 feet per second.
And we're not moving that fast.
Not yet.
Our revised flight plan shows a rest period of 6 hours for both spacecraft commander Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert,
Very not this happening.
command module pilot, starting at 81 hours 30 minutes.
Not effectively. Huh? Yeah, I know. I'm going to try and get roll out. Roll to zero. As soon as roll hit to zero, I'm going to put it at home. Then I'm going to take out yaw. Leave it pitch the way it is. Then I'm going to pitch down.
Of course, the start of the sleep period is dependent on setting up attitude for PTC. We're at 80 hours, 51 minutes now into the flight, and this is Apollo Control, Houston.
You got to think about when we have to start changing that cannon.
15.
Huh?
Let's get 15.
Where's it right now?
Nothing. No. We're not reading anything.
Well, that's the one they wanted you to leave in.
Plane.
Jim. That's how it triggers the... Okay, Jack, I gotta push it on this thing to stop it.
Washington Public Affairs. Gibson. Hello, Gibson.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, listen, how about getting hold of Jim Lyman at AEC and having Lyman make him aware that it would be very nice to have an AEC PIO here because we're going to begin to be faced with the question of what happens with the power source when we impact it. And as far as I can find, there's no AEC PIO here. They're here. They're at the Cape before launch when we never get any questions. They're here. Yeah, well, anyway, why don't you tell Lyman that we need somebody here? Thank you. Go ahead.
I just had to tell you something about the Cape. You need something from here?
No,
Okay.
Oh. Going the wrong way, though, aren't I?
Sorry about that, Howard.
liable to be back shortly.
Can you see this company then?
No. Well, wait a minute. I can see one up on the DOD console here, fairly well. What do you need to know?
Well, it's John Turbid at the body. Target area. You know, this map is very dark. We don't have pictures.
No.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
There's nothing on that display that shows me. I don't know what's...
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, it looks pretty good, except that the pitch is going out in the wrong direction now.
Either
Over.
retro or recovery. Yeah, the only thing that's on the map.
I concur. What I'm trying to do is get roll to zero, and I'm trying to bring yaw into zero. And as soon as I get those two pretty well matched up, then I'm going to take the pitch and try to pitch it down.
Yeah,
Okie doke.
but Rick, he can get it recovered pretty fast.
Apollo Control Houston, 80 hours, 56 minutes. Apollo 13, now 9,420 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity reading 4,701 feet per second. Our real-time flight plan has just updated the start of the rest period for Commander Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert. That time now reading 82 hours ground elapsed time.
Ralph, this
Jim
Albrando.
Lovell still working
Would you have, under any
with
circumstances,
establishing
would
the
you have
proper
linemen
attitudes
call
for
our query desk
passive thermal
and
control.
help us with a response to query on the fate
Apparently,
of the
roll
SNAP
is
27
pretty well
device
nulled out.
when it re-enters?
Still moving out a bit in the pitch axis. We're at 80 hours, 57 minutes into the flight, and this is Apollo
Yeah, I
Control
want to
Houston.
call the query, not me, but the query desk tonight.
Now, this is Billy at the Cape. Chuck gave me a statement by the AEC SNAP thing today. Do y'all have that?
Yeah, but in lieu, I want to make sure that we still want to say that. I think we just ought to be in touch with the AEC. I think we can find that statement.
I've got the statement here.
Okay, now I've got pitch going down. I've got roll almost zero and yaw's almost zero.
Okay, copy there, Jim.
Okay, let me see if we can get that. Houston is on Corpus. Do we have any kind of timelines on jettison of LEM and service module? Not yet. We're in the process. Roger, thank you. Okay.
Hey, Howard. Yeah, the best we can do right now is what Gary Griffin said at the change of shift. And these are real ballpark, and that's that we're looking at getting rid of the service module in about 2 hours in re-interface and then landing up the lounder.
Roger, I read that fine.
But that's not firm.
Right, that's
Ballpark.
ballpark thing.
Yeah, we know, yeah. And they're taking it one step at a time, and that step is a couple of days away yet.
All right. That sounds reasonable. Thank you.
Bob Coast isn't on the PAO console. Bob, this is Bob Schaefer. The pool says they are not able to reach you. They haven't been able to reach you lately on their line. Will you check it out and see that it's working? Just a minute. I'm having some problems with maintaining clips. Rechecking it.
God, I do believe I take his hands to him.
Yeah, we just gotta keep it done. I keep the things on the rescue.
Did you find Mr. Carpenter?
He's trying to make that. He's trying to talk to the pool producer. Yes, I have it.
Yes.
Yeah, they're basically the cans. Well, yeah, that's very quick.
Great. Thank you.
Howard Gibbons. Howard Gibbons on board.
Okay, John.
Yeah, I was just going to remark that Douglas McLeish has been on that console now almost 6 hours, and Haise doesn't.
Houston, what's an acceptable pitch attitude that you'll take?
You'll never leave me. Never know what we got there. Gibson? Colonel Gibson? Is Gibson there, please?
Place, Houston. Place, Houston, over.
Roger, what's an acceptable pitch attitude that we can have for PTC? I can go with the auto anytime now. I'm looking at 118 degrees of pitch. Actually, zero roll and about 14 degrees of yaw.
90 degrees pitch.
I'm looking at 118 degrees of pitch.
Stand by.
PO console.
That's the console.
This is Alibrando.
I'm trying to
getting a
talk
lot
to
of
him.
questions on how serious the
Stand by a
ECS
minute,
problem
Jim.
is, the carbon dioxide.
The pitch is
We
the
haven't
important
indicated
thing, but stand by one.
We ought to come up again, I think.
Okay, it's coming down. Set. I guess I better eat something. Hey, this will happen with these candy jelly things. Yeah, we've gone a hell of a long time without any sleep. I see we've gone a hell of a long time without any sleep. We're going to have to start thinking about getting people back to sleep again because, I know. I didn't get hardly any sleep last night at all.
Alibrando report. He's coming.
gas problem, the carbon dioxide.
Okay, well, they're still working in PTC right now.
Well, do we have some sort of a light on? Is that what they said?
We got a master alarm on that, John, a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what it happened.
The AP is saying, and the AP is saying we have a new problem.
Yeah, probably ought to, Dr. Hawkins can straighten it out. They got a master alarm on high CO2 rate.
Okay, well, see if you can talk to Hawkins and then come up with some explanation. Okay. Hey, Jack Riley?
Yeah.
Also, a question on whether we're going to have to make another mid-course.
Okay, I don't think you're going to know that for some time. They want to track for a number of hours. They come up with that.
Okay, thank you.
John can check with Fido, but I don't think he's going to get an answer. The earliest they were talking about doing a mid-course was 24 hours. Wait. I'm sure they're going to want to get a fairly long track to determine how much. Yeah.
Ralph Gibson on board. Forget the AEC snapped when you said we got straight. Well, Elliot's down here. We got straight. Well, this is a big moment. I got a question. You're there till how long? It's 6 a.m. Okay.
Hey, Fred, these Genesis bags would be are real airtight stuff if you want to use them for wrapping for a lithium hydroxide bath or something like that. Yeah, this stuff is really tight.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm listening on the phone. It's big stuff.
Thank you. Broadcast van on. Broadcast van. Did you? We heard the figure to receive it. Roger, it was. Did you get it? Roger, I got all but the first couple of minutes of it.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, would you stabilize your rates here at the attitude you're at now and go at hold, over?
Okay, will do. I'm now at 106 degrees, 106 degrees pitch and 2.5 roll.
Roger.
So,
Broadcast van on Jim. No. No broadcast van. Charlie Runner? What's no? Why? Who's that? Tuesday, state question on press plate company. Sick man.
a bit modern, but
Yeah.
yeah, I got your Cleveland.
Hey, you're not alone, huh?
Left it in the trash bag.
Hey,
Oh, I thought one of the creeped up and I looked at my black bag.
Shut the place down? No. You get relief? Who'd you be at midnight? Oh, that's why you called out here then. He called out here looking for you. There to 2 hours days for Friday. Anybody there? Me and God. We ain't sure about ourselves if it opens up. Was that who answered? Yeah. Who that something like? Something like Don Fleming. That's like Rick Lee. Oh, come on. You sound like Don Fleming to me.
Okay, Houston, you're monitoring my angles. It appears it might be less than 1 degree per second.
Stand by, we'll check them, Jim.
Back to the shop. Read it up. How do you read that? It's real big. It's down here. I should have done the same thing out here because I came in from the north side anyway. Your
is, Houston.
Not yet, I'm not.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, that's firm. We're monitoring, and you're almost there, but we'd like to let them stabilize a little bit longer. Over. But,
Okay, we'll just hold.
and if you can now go into your eat period or do something else while the rates are stabilizing, why we recommend you relax over and get some chow.
Right, we'll do that.
Where is Houston, over?
Go ahead.
Okay, Jim, it looks like your rates are damped sufficient. Recommend that you go ahead with the verb 25 noun 07 enter bit on down through the verb 34 enter. And then wish you'd stand by for us to look at it again before you go beyond that. Over.
Okay, Houston, I'll go through verb 25907 down through verb 34 enter, and I'll stand by.
Righto.
Apollo Control Houston, 81 hours, 19 minutes now into the flight. We presently show Apollo 13 at 10,431 nautical miles out from the moon. Its velocity reading 4,649 feet per second. A couple of points of clarification. The master alarm on the CO2 canister was expected to occur at some point in the mission. It is normally set at 7.6 millimeters of CO2. This number chosen as an alert to watch the canisters. However, the medical officials had agreed.
Complete.
Medical officials had agreed that it would be desirable to raise this number on our return
Roger,
to 15 millimeters in order to preserve the lifetime on the canisters.
Roger.
Here at MSC, the level in laboratory testing
The rate was 1620.
Roger, that's the way it should be done, and we're standing by for the rates
here
to
in
damp
the
up.
MSC laboratories, the levels
Okay.
using test subjects have been as high as 22 millimeters of CO2 with no ill effects. On our passive thermal control, and we have damped the rates at this point, there has been an effort on the part of the crew on the ground to perform this activity with minimum use of RCS propellants. We're at 81 hours at 21
Take a stock how much
minutes.
we got there, and then maybe sort of think about rationing some of it. I mean, just to make sure that we got enough to last us, and then we get enough water out. I hate to run out of water on the last day. Take a look and see how much we got, and fill them up and just hold them there. Yeah, and the stuff that's good to eat now will be the candies, the sandwich spreads, maybe the dehydrated stuff that you have to rehydrate is going to be kind of difficult. No, wet packs are good. Matter of fact, we might use it. Well, how about the push? Yeah, I know, but I mean the pushes are bombs too. We're damping rates. Well, maybe we ought to use the OPS first.
had several requests for a repeat of that explanation. A lot of the reporters were caught short and didn't realize what was coming and had missed a lot of it. So if he has a chance to come up again, it would be useful. Thank you.
You guys moving around?
Station come up.
Okay.
I was calling McLeish, but that message takes care of it, Bob. Brian Duff. Hello. Hey, Brad.
Apollo Control Houston, 81 hours, 27 minutes now of the flight of Apollo 13. Apollo 13 now 10,776 nautical miles away from the moon, headed towards the Earth, and traveling at a speed of 4,633 feet per second. To repeat our earlier comments, the master alarm on the CO2 canister was expected to occur at some point in the flight, the return flight. It is normally set for a level of 7.6 millimeters of CO2 to trigger the alarm.
Go ahead, Vance.
Jim, just a reminder, any wastewater dumps at this point would really jiggle up the PTC preparation, so request save that till we're spun up, over.
Right, I don't think we're doing any.
No, no, I don't think so, but just wanted to make sure you were aware of it, and I thought you were.
The 6.7 level was established
We're saving all the water
to be
we
aware
can.
and watch. The medics agreed, however, it would be desirable to raise that number to for the canisters to 15 millimeters of CO2 in order to preserve the lifetime on these canisters. And at MSC and the laboratories, we have run tests with subjects at levels up to 22 millimeters of CO2 with no ill effects on these subjects. We're at 81 hours, 29 minutes into the flight, and this is Apollo Control Houston.
Bob Cousins. This is Bob Cousins. Yeah. This Riley, would you get John on? Definitely. Yeah, John. Hey, John, just before you broke in the middle of that announcement, the aircraft, you gave a figure, normal figure of 7.6, and you came back, you said the 6.7 figure. 7.6. I guess in 2 announcements now, I've said 7.6. Yeah, okay.
New space nav, we're placed. Just about to slow down. Dampen rate.
Cousins on cord.
Yes. And Houston Aquarius.
Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Vance, a couple of items we uncovered for that cartridge mod. One is the special dust covering bag that we were going to use on the tote bags. That is pretty thick and non-porous. Then we went up to the upstairs kitchen and drained water a couple more times and made up a whole bunch of drink bags again. And from the pantry, we retrieved a fairly large enclosure made of plastic that those drink bags are in, and I think we can scissor and also make do for some taking it on if that's appropriate.
Okay, Jack Lasma has a refined version of the procedure on how to make these the easy way, and I think before too long he ought to be reading that up to you. It's not time critical to get this up to you. It's just that before you get too far in assembling these on your own, we'd kind of like to give you the benefit of experience down here.
Okay. Who built them back there?
Tony did some of it, and Jack's been working on it too, so we've had a big effort on it.
Great.
We would encourage you to wait till tomorrow to receive that procedure, but we can send it up sooner if you insist, Over.
No, that's right, Vance. Before we have to worry about that, I guess we got another primary and 3 secondaries to go through.
That's right.
Sometimes with carts that they rejuvenate.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Man, that's a wicked low pressure down there.
Wish I were there.
Aquarius, Houston.
Fascinating. Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, your rates are once again looking good, so we can continue on and with the rest of this procedure. Request you go ahead with the verb 76 enter and mode control to add hold, and then the last step, 30 clicks, yaw right.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Firing again. Okay, I'll go over 36 center with the mode control and hold, and then 30 clicks of right yaw to start the maneuver.
Verb 76 enter.
Right. There's your verb 76 center. Mode controls and add hold. Now you want me to do the 30 clicks of right yaw? Vance, did you say for me to hold on the right yaw, or do you want me to start it now?
No need to hesitate. You can start now.
Okay.
After you get that going, then we'll think about powering down the pings.
Okay, there were 30 clicks of right yaw.
Okay, we'd like to look at it for just a little while before we power down the pings, so stand by.
Understand you're planning to power down the pings.
Right, we want to get the amps down.
Oh. Thanks. Page 26, why not? Bring all the film back to, let's see. I'd like to do more of this. Every last boundary one of Well, that means I've got to, hey, let me see if I can start. Yeah. You know, there's plenty good there for a while.
What is Houston request aft on me?
You got it, Van?
Raj, that did it, thank you.
Yeah, there's Solomon, they're Alfonso. No, they're not. See them right over the edge.
Yeah. Well, switch to the post noise. Put it back.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got to do an earth sun alignment.
We need it to align again.
Broadcast bands building 1 on cue.
Fred, building 1.
Broadcast bands building 1
You
on
don't think that
cue.
burn was enough, do you? Not officially?
Go ahead, broadcast man. Go ahead, building 1.
As far as I know, there will be a change. There will be a change in
RCS
briefing
attitude.
at approximately 11:30 our time. You copy?
Roger, in about half an hour.
Roger that.
Okay, thank you, building 1. There's center broadcast man on cue. There's center broadcast man. You copy, Houston?
Here on the come up. Yeah, you got us in the right plane, Joe. We're in the right plane before the north, and we're swimming on again with Earth cruising front.
Press conference, change the shift briefing at 11:30 their time.
Alright, about half an hour.
Right. No problem.
Alright, good morning.
Yeah, isn't it?
You know, I would expect it might be easy to get a...
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 81 hours, 45 minutes now to the flight. Apollo 13, presently
Look at the rear
115,
descent now.
or 11.
To,
1,587 nautical miles away from the moon and
That's
traveling
right.
at a velocity of 4,600 feet per second.
awful. Oh, that's right, that's blasted service Finland back there. Right, that one. That one?
Really, it's not much better. Houston, let's go with it.
Go ahead, play it.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Jim, we have some status information for you, if you're ready to copy on a piece of scratch paper.
Stand by, man.
Okay.
We're looking for it. Put that away and get the status paper here.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, first mid-course correction will probably be at GET 104 hours, and all we look for is a 4 to 6 feet per second, delta V. Okay, that's the first item. Now I will give you a rundown on consumables. Okay, in the LEM, you have 1,498, that is 1498 amp hours remaining. That means over 61 hours, that would average out to 24.5 amps. We expect after power down that you will use 14 amps per hour, and that would leave a reserve of 500 amp hours at the end of the mission. Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you. I tell you, my number was yesterday.
Okay. In the LEM, you have, Raj, in the LEM, you have 215, that is 215 pounds of water usable. That would average out over 61 hours to 3.5 pounds per hour available. Okay. Okay, and after you power down, we expect that you will be using water at the rate of 3.2 to 2.7 pounds. That's at 14 amps per hour electrical usage rate. One note, this does not, when we speak here of water available, this does not include CSM water and Pliss water. So that's added on. Okay, next
Yeah,
LIOH.
Riley, Bob. Has Howard been trying to call me on
Using
Howard?
the CSM cans, you will have 16 cans at 12 hours per can to give you 192 or 192 hours of LIOH. And in the LEM,
Bob?
using its cans, you have 44 hours remaining.
That's Johnny.
Vance, is that with the Pliss secondaries?
That's a firm. That includes Pliss secondaries.
Okay, Henry Simmons just evacuated the pool position. Now there's a possibility the wires may
Okay, oxygen.
Here, about midnight.
You have remaining 44 pounds in the LEM. At a usage rate of 0.36 pounds per hour, that leaves you 120 or 120 hours of oxygen.
With a couple of guards. Expecting facts.
Okay, next RCS. RCS A stands at 62% and B at 62%. We only expect 2% to be used for the PTC, so you're in good shape for RCS. Next, DIPS Delta V. You have 1190 feet per second remaining. And finally, CSM, EPS, we estimate that you have 99 amp hours. That's an estimate. And that's it. Over.
Okay, I copy.
Okay, and just a question. Be interesting to hear from Jack to see if he thinks that
We're going to
main B bus is good. If he has any idea of whether it's good or not, this would influence our steps in the future. For example, we might want to try to test main B to see if it is in fact good, so that we'd know how to set switches for entry.
Right, they want to know whether you think main bus B is any good to the stem buses.
Go ahead, Riley. Hey, Bob. Hey, you. Go ahead, yeah.
Sure.
Is Howard back yet?
Man, while Jack's getting on the loop, let me pose the question of how we're planning on doing this bid course.
Yeah, be back, yes.
We're going to power down the
You know
bank.
how soon? I guess 5 minutes or so. Oh, okay. I'd like to talk to him.
Would you stand by on that, Jim? We'd like to give you a procedure for that later on.
Hey, Riley.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead.
You say Henry is gone.
Bid course of 104.
Nobody's up here as of right now, but me.
Going to give you the procedure for that later on.
The wires may or may not want to come in at midday.
In short, Jim, we don't expect any problem,
Doug, he left a
but
note up here with his flight plan.
we'll explain further later on.
Okay.
Art Hill wanted that.
Deke says get a night's sleep. He says you've been working hard and
Just want to leave it up here.
you gotta relax a little bit and be ready for tomorrow.
Ma'am, this is Jack.
Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, let me give you my observations on main bus B. Things happen pretty fast there, and we first heard the impact or explosion or whatever caused it. I'm not sure. The next, about 1 second later, there was a master alarm, which was a main bus B undervolt. I looked at the voltage, and the voltage was good at this time, so I'm suspecting it was a spike. Fuel cell 3 was also good, with good flow. However, Fred, at that point, was coming into the command module and got over into his seat. At that time, we certainly had an AC bus 2 light. About the time he got in his seat, he looked at main bus D, and the main bus D was reading 0. And the fuel cell flows were 0. I'm kind of suspecting that perhaps we do have a good main bus B, but that's merely a guess. I never did try to reset it. We were having other problems with main bus A having an undervolt and a few other things like that. I'd kind of like to hear what your feelings are down there.
Well, Jack, we copy your information, and we'd like to hold off because we're still working the problem. So we'll have to give you information later. Thank you. Aquarius request aft Omni.
Vance, are you back with me?
Raj, we're with you.
Okay, we lost luck there and we switched on these. Just for my own kind of to get my thoughts in order, I'd like to hear what kind of entry you're planning, EMS or pings or what?
What did you find out from the wires? Henry Simmons has left now, and
Okay, Ping's entry is being planned, and people are at work on checklist changes and that sort of thing.
okay, I'll be waiting.
Okay, real fine.
And We'll give you the CSM stuff tomorrow, but basically we suspect that the main bus key is good, and we're going to work up a procedure to test it.
sir.
Okay, those are my thoughts too.
Huh?
You think main bus key is good, don't you?
That's a firm, we think it is, but we want to check it out anyway.
Have you somebody
Hey, we
to
think
bring
you
up
guys
my
are in great shape all the way around. Why don't you
Okay,
quit
man.
worrying and go to sleep?
Oh, that's our boss.
Yes, sir.
Zeke.
Thank you.
Well, I think we just might do that. Or part of it, well.
Who's calling completion? Stand by.
I mixed up. How many more of those are we? Hot mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mixed up. You had 15. I mixed up 7 more, so we got 22.
Look, Bob, I'll bring you. I don't think.
By the way, there's still some water. It's not enough pressure to mix up another drink, but there is some water out of there if you want to get some water out of the drink cup.
That's good. Good thought.
We ought to use that oxygen up, not wait.
John, he's checking to find out now. He's going to get back to us.
You monitoring right now?
Yeah, just stand by there. Yeah. I will. You wouldn't believe it, but I'm now in command of the lift. Okay. Vance, I'm probably the only CMP that's ever witnessed a dip bird sitting on the ascent engine kit. Did you get them? Is there any coming out still? They didn't answer. I think we may have. How is this working out? They are. How are we going to get an alignment?
We gotta watch that one right there.
It's decreasing now. It's a cone. I noticed at the command module. It'll wobble.
Geosync, Warriors.
Switch omni, try it.
Geosync, Warriors.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Raj, you're planning to set up here very shortly a power down procedure?
That's affirmative. If you'll take out your contingency book and turn to page power 6, over.
Roger, stand by. Contingency power 6. Get the book over there, contingency power 6.
And while you're doing that, let's put attitude control 3 switches to mode control.
All 3 attitude control switches have been in mode control.
Okay, and when you get to power 6, you ought to see a circuit breaker page, panel 11.
Red. Okay, I have power 6, panel 11.
Okay, on power 6, panel 11.
Take the slide out.
The top 3 rows, configure them as you see them.
Okay, now, Jack, some of them have been changed now that we have put the TCAs in from a previous procedure. Did you want those out now?
That's affirmative, Jim. Pull them out. TCA's open.
Okay, I'm changing those and get back again. First 3 rows. And you're including the active pings, huh?
That's affirmative. Pull Atka pings open.
Okay. I've got that.
Okay, are you ready for the 4th row?
Up arm.
Okay, now and then when we get in the 4th row, we're going to open the IMU operate circuit breaker. And what that means is that we're going to lose the capability to watch your CDUs. So we're not going to be able to see your attitude. Therefore, we will not be able to advise you on which antenna to select for communications. The way we want you to handle that is to turn the LEM uplink squelch off, and when you hear the noise, switch antennas. We'll be able to see you switch antennas, and it's going to take us about 3 to 5 minutes to establish a lock-on again after you switch. After each time that you switch antennas, we will initiate a voice check. Basically, when you see the Earth out the window, you can be on the forward antenna, and when the moon's out in the window, use the aft antenna. You copy?
That's Jack Klausma now in the capsule
Okay,
communicator position.
We're going to pull the IMU operating circuit breaker, so you won't be able to see our attitude. Therefore, you won't tell us how to switch antennas, and we'll enable I will turn the squelch off, so that when we start getting static, we'll switch antennas, and as some rule we can use with the Earth forward, we use the forward antenna, and when we see the moon, we use the aft antenna.
That's affirmative, Jim. In other words, we're leaving antenna switching up to you, and after you switch antennas, it's going to take 3 to 5 minutes for us to establish a lock-on again, and we'll initiate a voice check. And I'm ready to go on panel 11, row 4.
Okay.
Okay, on row 4, under heaters, RCS system AB-1, open quads 1 through 4. Under ECS, the only change is under glycol pumps, close, auto transfer. Under COM,
Let me get a light.
the only change is open VHFA receiver, Open commander audio. Under pings, the only change is close and leave closed IMU standby circuit breaker so we can have heaters. Read back.
Okay, on row 4, we're going to open all 4 of the heaters of the RCS system A and B, the first 4 circuit breakers. We're going to close the auto transfer. We're going to open the VHFA receiver of the commander audio.
Tell John and Tony England.
And we're going to close the IMU standby. The LGC Disky and the IMU operator will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. All other breakers in that row are as you see them in the checklist. And on row 5, the only change is we want you to, under EPS, open SN ECA control. Over.
Yes. He's down talking to Deke at the Capcom.
Right, I think we already have that opened. SN ECA control is probably already open.
Yeah, in the blue portion.
Okay, so let me confirm. We'll have one comm system. That'll be the LMP system. And we'll have to do our own antenna switching. Therefore, we'll have to wait about, okay, what's the switch? After antenna. We'll have to wait for you to get a lock on again. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, Jim. You'll be working off of the LMP's panel over there.
Okay, well, yeah, for me.
Go ahead.
Okay, panel 16. That's on page power-7. Top row. The only change is under RCS System B,
He required a little help.
open CQGS displays.
Oh,
Over.
titles. What this meant, what that meant. He couldn't see the clock. I kept having to give him time. He couldn't see the clock.
Okay, let me go over this with you, Jack, because this checklist has been written over 2 or 3 times now on our various procedures. Top row, the first 2 are open, the next 3 are closed. And we're going to open now the quad TCAs, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cross B will be closed. And the temp price displays will be open, and we're going to open up the PQGS. Main side will be closed, and all the other field will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. And there's no change to the second row. Over.
Okay, again, let me go through this with you. The first 4 are going to be closed. The next 8 will be, the next 9 will be open from logic power B through descent engine override. How about the Sealy? Is that going to be closed?
That's affirmative, Jim. We want the next 5 closed.
Okay.
Okay, in the third row, under COM, displays open, SE audio closed. VHF-A transmitter open. That's a change. VHF-B receiver open. Primary S-band power amplifier open. Transmitter receiver closed. S-band antenna open. PMP closed. TV open. Under ECS displays open. Glycol pump secondary open. LGC pump open. Cabin fan control open. Cabin repress closed. And all the next 4 closed also. Read back.
Okay, we have displays open, SD audio closed, VHF transmitter open, VHF receiver open, power amp's going to be open, transmitter receiver closed, S-band antenna open, PMP closed, TV open, display is open, next 3 are open, cabin repress closed, and all the rest closed.
That's affirmative, Jim. And in row 4, under heaters, we want them all, correction, we want all the quad heaters open. Correction, we want all the quad heaters closed. We want displays open. S-band antenna closed to avoid a master alarm. Camera, sequence camera open. And under EPS, we want displays open, DC bus volt closed, inverter 2 open, Ascent ECA closed, Ascent ECA control open, descent ECA closed, descent ECA control closed, translunar bus tie closed. We want the cross tie bus open, the bell loads closed. Bat feed ties closed. How do you read?
Okay, the 4 RCS heaters will be closed. Displays open, S-band antenna closed. Camera sequence will be open. Display will be open. DC bus bolt will be closed. Inverter 2 open. Asset ECA will be closed, but the asset ECA control open. Descent ECA closed. Descent ECA control closed. Transmitter bus tie closed. And cross tie bus open and ballast loads closed and the bat feed ties closed. I have one question, Jack. On panel of the second line, they're under lighting. Why are we keeping the flood and track closed? Are they going to be open?
Negative, we have the lighting breakers all closed. Control the lighting with the switches and the rheostats, over.
Okay, we don't need the floodlights, I don't think, but we could do it that way, I guess.
And under row 4, under RCS system A and B-2 quad heaters, you'll notice that we've closed those circuit breakers, but what we want you to do is to, on panel 3, turn the RCS AB-2 quad switches 1, 2, 3, and 4 off. Over. And we're going to watch your quad temps for you, and when we need to warm them up a little bit, we'll tell you to throw those 4 switches on panel 3.
Okay, now are we sure that this PTT mode is good enough so we don't get cross coupling and get out of configuration?
Stand by 1 on that, Jim.
Video console.
Okay, Jim, as far as we can tell right now, the PTC looks as good as any PTC we've ever seen on a CSM, so we're going to go with what we've got.
It's Bob Court.
Okay.
Okay, and if you turn over the page on Power 8, we have the spacecraft functions remaining to you.
We're getting a lot of questions.
We've got low bit rate TM. However, we don't have any VHF.
Foods that are available, how much
we have seaweed. We have glycol pumps. We have suit fans. We have cabin repress for you.
May have to cut down on their eating.
And standby and attitude control here. Okay, and attitude control, we'll have hard overs for uses in emergency. And for normal usage, We want to have a 15-minute delay to get the heaters on to warm them up before use.
Okay, that answers it.
How do you read?
Well, hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Are you going to have many
Okay,
people
for
there to
emergency,
change
we have the hardovers, and
Yes, I believe
for normal use,
still full, John.
requires a 15-minute
So you might
request to get the heaters on.
That's
try to
permanent.
answer that question.
pump who up?
Who's ever going to come with you? Capcom. Yeah, about the menu. I mean, the menu shows that most of the food needs water.
Okay, Jim, that concludes our powered-on procedure. We're waiting for you to get with it.
You don't use much.
Yeah, but that question's going to... What I'm telling you...
Okay, Jack, we'll start. I sure hate to lose the thing.
My caloric intake has been very
I
low.
sure hope that procedure for the big courses is a good one.
Yeah,
It is.
Howard still on the phone? No, he's out here talking to Brian.
Did we ever decide if we're going to have a pool in the bunker after midnight?
Yes, the UPI.
Let me help you.
I beg your pardon.
UPI.
Yeah, you go.
Who's coming?
Hutch.
Okay. Emergency power down. 10-11. All of them open.
Hey, John. Yeah. Why don't you
Close.
stay on this line with Harkins? Keep your head with us.
Yeah. Under your top. And, you work on the vision on the floor.
Stand by for natural alarm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here it comes. Good.
LGT, you just did it.
I'll give you this when I'm finished. As we go through this, then you go through it again and double check it. Okay.
Console, how far are they from you?
Bud Light.
Go ahead,
Right.
How far are they?
No, I kind of don't think we need to know.
Roughly.
Oh. Give me the, first of all, we'll get back there. Move forward, close. Open.
Okay, they're looking. They're trying to bring the display up now. Thank you.
Open.
Yeah.
Back and back.
I'd suggest they started after the change of ship treatment.
Check the air.
Now, when they going to start it? The change of shift will start. Or, I don't know if you even started, but... Well, then McLeish will come back over here with... Yeah, like 3 minutes there. Right at midnight. Yeah. The distance from the moon is 13,190.7.
That's the audio.
13,180. Yes. 180. 130.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Take a minute. Just familiar with our particular spacecraft that on panel 16 under heaters, RCS System A and B, Quad 1, the heater circuit breaker, has been pushed in and sealed in, but if it's ever pushed out, it's not will ever be able to reset it.
Okay, Jim, on the 4 quad heater breakers, we want you to leave them closed. And we'll operate the heaters with the switches on panel 3, over.
Okay.
Howard, I'm going.
No.
It's a 2-in-1 situation, 2 asleep and 1 awake. Yeah, I think it's Swigert and Lovell sleeping. I think it's the other way around. Is it? I'm pretty sure it is, because Swigert said a while ago, guess who's man. Well, yeah, the flight plan shows CMP and CDR sleep. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, but Mr. Haise says, yeah, right.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay, and I'm closing the heaters on panel 4, quads 1 through 4 off.
Bob.
Okay, and it's time for you guys to get to bed and get Fred up.
John,
I still have one question, Jack. I still think that the under lighting on panel 16, the floodlights and the track lights should be open.
Yeah, okay.
We're not using them.
Do you have any argument? No problem, Jim. Go ahead and open them. Track and flood, that's all right.
Hey,
Any idea when you're going?
track and flood are open? Now, why don't you go through that, Jack, and make sure that I had it right. Okay, I'll take this. Okay, and Jack, my only other concern now is the CO2 rise of the spacecraft. I guess you're keeping a handle on that.
That's affirmed, Jim. We have you up to 10.6 now, and we're willing to go a little higher on that. We have another cartridge, and we have a procedure for making the command module cartridges up. We'll pass that on later.
I think he's on the line.
I'm not worried about that. I just want to make sure that you
No
Normally the doctor
we just don't want to go to sleep here and forget about the live CO2.
Are they going to use...
Roger, we're watching it for you. We have it here. It's now 10.7, and we have a medical go to 15 millimeters.
That's the new one. There's the new verse for you.
Yeah. Well, there's only one doctor on the console right now. I don't know whether they've got one station way in another room. Yeah, Dr. Hawkins is the only one in the morgue. Only one on duty here.
Okay, Jim, we estimate we've got 1 more hour on the primary cartridge and 6 or 7 hours on the secondary.
Okay, fine. That's a spare primary cartridge back there, too, isn't it? So that's just for another, how long?
Yeah. That's yours, so...
I don't want you
And you're right, Jim. We got another primary cartridge back there behind the acid engine cover.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, we know. Thank you.
Yeah. When John comes back after the change of shift, I guess. Yeah, I know that. I don't know what time that
Yeah, I
would be,
could...
like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay, I guess you've done everything right on that panel. Let me check the other one. Yeah, you power down and then you leave me. Tell me I got it.
Hey, Jack, we just thought it's about time you got a
I'll
lung
get him up
checkout.
here without any problem. Yeah.
But he's given it me inert. Of course, I'll give him my command module too, which is rather inert right now too.
Well, you gotta walk before you run, you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Who's up? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know whether that's too good an idea or not, because, for instance, during Henry Simmons' shift, I answered an awful lot of questions for him. Yeah. And particularly during... Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't,
This is Apollo Control at 82 hours, 30 minutes. Here in Mission Control at this time, we're in the process of completing a shift change. Flight Director Milton Wendler and his Maroon team of flight controllers replacing Flight Director Gene Kranz and the White Team. On board the spacecraft, the flight plan calls for the two of the crewmen.
Let's hang on a minute.
Commander Jim Lovell and Command Module Pilot Jack Swigert to begin a 5-hour rest period shortly. All 3 crewmen are scheduled to be eating.
Now the flight plan shows the CMP and the CDR
finished by now.
at the same time.
The lunar module has been essentially powered down, and at the present time we're showing a total current on the lunar module ranging between 14 and 15 or 16 amps, which is about what was expected.
Aquarius, Houston. Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Jack.
Roger, for your information,
You're right,
Jack, all of our analysis is based on power down to 14 amps, but we're reading on you right now 12.3, and so we're better off than we were in our analysis.
That sounds good. Jack, I thought you were going to get the sleep shift where there wasn't any excitement.
Well, I tried, but I didn't make it. I thought you're supposed to be sleeping now.
Hello? Fredo is getting something to eat, and Jim is starting to back out, so I'm taking the con here till Fred gets done.
Okay.
That was Jack Swigert reporting that Jim Lovell at the present time is resting. Fred Haise is getting something to eat, and when Fred finishes eating, Jack Swigert is scheduled to get a bit of rest.
PO console. Go ahead, PO console.
I just, are you ready to take over?
Who's calling PO console?
Well, you just asked that I thought I was supposed to be. I told him that I was waiting for you to. Okay, you were off the net when they played they can't monitor CDUs anymore to tell when to switch antennas, so that when they can see a switch, it'll take a couple minutes for them to get up. And they'll always make a voice check with you. Out here, I caught it. Okay. Get squared away. I'll give you the con here.
On the patch or the release line?
I don't know.
On the release line, and the patch
Right.
is highly noisy.
Yeah, it was noisy last night, and I chased phone company with it, and nothing they could do with it at the time. And as far as that release line from the Cape,
Well,
I think that's pretty much the state
going
of their
right
too.
now,
They worked on that
12.3
for the last 2
inch.
days and haven't cleaned it up.
They're now up to based on 14. They're okay. Hit this here.
Okay, and maybe I can get Tom on see if they can do something with it. Good. Ground engineering. Request from Cape to get somebody on the release line from Cape and see if they can clean up the noise on it. It's got some quite a bit of traffic on it, I guess. and that line does nothing we can do with it right now. Okay, this is KSC. Okay. Roger. Have the participants left yet? 31 on cue. Go ahead. Have the participants left yet?
Hey, Jack, how do you read?
Hearing you loud and clear, Fred. How many?
Roger.
Okay.
Okay, I heard.
Luck out with all the good ships.
Yeah, I got all the good deals. I heard Jack brief you on the comm mode. So you got any questions about that?
Okay.
And how's your PTC going? I heard Jack tell you we can't see or CDUs. How's it going?
Well, let's see. We may be offsetting slightly. The sun looks like it may be a little higher. I'll have to wait. Now there comes the Earth by, and it looks about the same perspective. I'll have to wait see the moon on the other side, Jake. Hope to do forward.
Okay, Fred, I can't hear you anymore in kind of background noise. I assume that, I think I heard Jack tell you what we're going to do about comm, uplink squelch off. You'll take care of the antennas because we can't see your attitude. We'll give you a voice check when we come up. It'll take us 3 to 5 minutes to come up. And to make it astronaut proof, when you see the Earth, use a forward antenna. When you see the moon, use the aft one.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, I see the Earth, so I've very wisely shifted to forward.
Good boy.
Into the battery, I think. So Earth will be by over there in a minute. Jack, you still up?
Still here, Fred.
Okay, when I was upstairs just a minute ago, I noticed what appeared to be some new venting from down the service module way. I noticed it out window 1, and also saw one chunk of metal, loose metal, about 4 inches square that was tumbling around, silver in color. It looked like it had come from somewhere down in the service module.
Okay, you saw some venting out window 1?
Right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's where when I happened to be looking, the lighting reception had showed up back there, and what reminded me of it was I'm looking out the limb window now, and I see a good part of the new star field that's created for us. About 1,000 little sparklies out here.
Okay, so you're seeing some venting out window 1, and you saw a 4-inch square piece of loose metal, which was silver, and are you still seeing the venting, or has it zeroed out now?
I don't know. I left upstairs. I'm down on the limb now, Jack. I guess Jack goes up. He can take a look and let me know. Okay, I'll think about switching the amp here directly. I see the moon, and the moon looks pretty good, Jack. So I guess our PTC still doing pretty good.
Okay, and we won't have any comm delay if PTC stays good.
Yeah, sure enough, moon is getting smaller.
Good, and we want to ask you another question about the venting. Is this, would you suppose, some new venting, or is this venting that you just hadn't, that's been going on all the time, but which you hadn't looked at recently?
I can't really say, Jack. We've been so tied up down on the limb, I guess we kind of forgot about the other half. But I've been upstairs several times and hadn't particularly noticed any flow by the windows before. So my first assumption was that it was some new venting. It really wasn't it's very heavy.
Okay, copy, thank you.
And Jack's going up to take a look now.
Okay. And for your information, all of our numbers are based on amperage usage of 14 amps. And we're using only 12.3, so we're a little fat on our analysis.
Very good. Way to be.
And we're in
I'll tell you, this Aquarius has really been a winner.
Well, that's one of several. And we want to tell you something that I told Jim earlier, and that concerns control. Right now, you have control in hard over if you need it. But when we go to some normal control mode, since we have the quad heaters off, we want to have a 15-minute notice for a attitude control request. Over.
Okay, Jack, offhand, I can't imagine that since we got the platform powered down, why we need to worry about any instantaneous control. But at any rate, we need 15 minutes warm up with the heaters before we can start using thrusters.
Right, and another thing we've done is to pull your ECS and EPS display breakers, and but we've left your caution and warning powered up. So if you get ECS type or EPS caution and warning, you have to power up those meters with the display breakers. And we are watching for you, your PIPA temperatures, your ASA temp, your propellant temperatures except for the dips propellant, and we're watching your quad temps for you.
Okay, that's very good, Jack. You're watching them, that's good enough.
And everybody's fine at home now, Lago.
Great.
And Fred, your CO2 is building up. It's at 11.3 on our gauge, and we've got a medical go up to 15 millimeters, at which time we'll switch over to secondary. Looks like we've got plenty of lithium hydroxide, about 192 hours, including the CSM cartridges, and as you know, we've got a way to use those, and as soon as we get it written down in some good words, why, we'll pass that along. You might be able to make one.
Okay. Yeah, we'll sure give her a try. And I'm showing on board about 12.5 millimeters of mercury.
Roger, and I have a flight plan update. When you get a time to copy it sometime, I'll pass it along. There's no hurry on it.
Okay, stand by one, Jack. Back down. Platform. Okay, Jack just came back and he said it's still coming out. It's coming out only on the commander side. So he saw it out same window I did, window 1. And it's between the minus Y and minus Z axis.
Okay, and of course,
definitely a service module, which was my impression too.
okay, so you're sure it's a service module, and of course the thing we're interested in knowing is it something that is residual from before, or is it something new? And if you have any ideas about that, why, we'd sure like to have them.
Yeah, both lines are noisy.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack, and I'll ask you your question in a minute, but Big Jack's first impression here is that it's not near the intensity that it was right after our mishap, and I'd have to agree with that. I'd say that's half, and I'd say maybe even down to a third. And Houston, I'd like to know, do you have any impressions whether it's still residual from that or maybe something new? I don't know why I felt that. Yeah, I felt it was something new bending through. Okay, switching forward on me.
Building one on engineering.
And Fredo, if you think it's practical, we're ready to give you some, or we're working on some camera settings for pictures of the venting. And if you have a camera out and ready to go, let us know which one it is so we can get the settings for that camera. What do you think about that?
Okay, Jack's got one with a 250 millimeter lens on it, the standard EL. And I have a surface camera out that I've been shooting hundreds of Earth moon pictures with, camera 1. And we also have the Roseau upstairs that's pretty handy. The command module DC camera.
Okay, and I copy the...
Take your choice of those.
I copy the 250 millimeter. The Roseau is available, but I didn't get what other one is.
Okay, I got my Hasselblad surface camera down on the limb here, handy too, camera 1. And Jack, if we're going to do any picture taking out the command module windows, I think we ought to do that either pretty quick or hold up till Jim and Jack get their rest done.
And we concur with that.
By Mark.
Okay, Fred, we're not going to bother the skipper up there. We won't be taking any pictures out of the command module window until after rest period.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 83 hours, 2 minutes. Fred Haise has the watch at the present time in the command module, or in the lunar module rather, while Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert attempt to get some rest in the command module. The flight plan calls for a 5-hour rest period for both the commander and the command module pilot. Recapping briefly Fred Haise' remarks after coming back to the LEM from the command module where he'd been getting something to eat, Fred reported that he'd observed some venting apparently from the service module and had also seen a 4-inch square piece of metal, which he described as silver in color, float by the window of the command module. He was looking out the number 1 window, which is the viewed from inside the command module, is the window to the left of the commander's couch, at the far left window. Haise was asked if he felt the venting was something new or if it was residual venting from the original event which had caused the loss of power and oxygen to the service module. He did not know, and we also have not determined here on the ground whether this is an event associated with the original loss of power from the service module or whether it is something new. That's being evaluated at this time. Haise said he did feel definitely that the event was coming from the service module, that the piece of metal that he'd seen float by was from the service module, and that the venting was from the service module. Flight Director Milton Wendler, after reviewing the situation, elected to wait until after the commander, Jim Lovell, and command module pilot Jack Swigert had completed their rest period before attempting to get back into the command module and photograph the venting and whatever pieces might be visible out the window. This is Apollo Control at 83 hours, 11 minutes. A change of shift press briefing is being planned to begin in about 10 minutes at 12:35 a.m. in the main auditorium at the Houston News Center. The participants in the press conference will be Flight Team Flight Director Gene Kranz and astronaut Tony England. And repeating, the time for that change of shift briefing is tentatively planned for 12:35 a.m., about 10 minutes from now.
Okay, Fred, for your information, your CO2 reading on board is a little higher than what we're reading here on the ground. And so when it gets to 15, on your meter, switch to secondary. And we'd like to get a status about every 30 minutes. We'll give you a call on that. But just to let us know we're still thinking about you, we'd like you to go biomed right, please.
Okay, going biomed right. And how do you read me on this comp mode on baseband?
5 square, Fred, help me. Engineering. This is Building 1 on Engineering. Go ahead. Is there any way that Doug Ward can hear the press conference over here? Stand by a second.
head short of him coming over here to building 1. I don't know. Who is this here speaking? This is Bell. Is, Altman? He's on his way over to the booth to engineer the press conference. I see. Okay, where does it come into you then? Because the release line will be staying up, you see. That's a roger. Hang on a second. Billy, why your mic's open? Is that better? Roger. You'll have to stand by a second till I can get in touch with Horton over there. Horton might know a way that he could do it. Building 1? On engineering? Building 1 on engineering? This is 1 on engineering. What did you do for me? Do what? What did you do for me? What did I do for you? Yeah. Haven't been able to do a thing yet. Haven't been able to raise Horton. Okay, keep working on it. Let me know. Roger, Bob. Building 1 sound room calling Horton on engineering.
Yeah, TV is on engineering. Go ahead. Could you ask Building 8 if they can patch us a line to this console on the telephone so we can listen to the press conferences going on there now?
On the telephone?
Yeah, I think that's the only way we can go through the PAB actually.
I don't know if they can do that or not. We ought to be able to get, how about their Building 8 input?
They can't put up Building 8 select now. Either that or we can take it over 212 MSTC.
Alright, no one.
See if we can get that.
Engineering, Bob.
Go ahead.
Listen, I hope you all don't start experimenting around over there and screw up our system over here.
No, we're not going to affect your system, Howard. I'm just trying to get up some source into here so Doug can hear the press conference. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait till it's over and we'll get a replay.
Yeah. We've talked about this all day because we've been doing the same thing, and nobody's come through with a method yet. So, whatever it is, don't let it screw it up.
No, we won't affect, I don't think we'll affect the sound room nor the auditorium, Howard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Love?
Yeah.
I gotta try to find, he says come over here on line 810.
810? What the hell's 810?
I don't know. Try MSTC 212.
Just punched it up.
I haven't started yet, I don't think.
Noisy as hell. You can check with him and find out what an 810 is.
Well, I don't know what that is in our configuration. Let's see. Wait a minute. I'll be off a minute.
We're still here, Fred. How's it going?
Okay, my CO2 reading is now below 13.
Say again what it is?
Oh, just so below 13.
Okay, just below 13, and just for your information, we've got people working on several subjects. We're working on the mid-course coming up, determine our control system and how to do it with the control system we select, what we should do about the alignment. We've got the LMS and a couple of crews cranked up working on that. And we're also working on an entry, how and when we ought to activate the CSM. And we're working on the CSM system status. Tomorrow sometime we're going to have a main bus B checkout. So we've got a lot of people swinging pretty hard here, and I've got some f-stop settings for you for the lunar surface camera.
Go ahead, Bob.
At 1-250.
What?
We'd like you to pick targets of opportunity. Each picture, use 3 f-stops because we don't know exactly which one is going to work the best. So use 4, 5, 6, and 8 at 1/250th with a surface camera. Copy?
Okay, use the surface camera. It's at 1/250th, 4, 5.6, and 8. And I've been doing quite a bit of shooting. I covered 2 of those numbers in a range, 5, 6, and 8. I'd also shoot some at 11, so I'll just stop down low volume. But this is still so big and bright here that I got a feel on this news stop up around the F8 to F11 thing.
All right, Roger, I didn't catch your last part. Maybe when the comm gets a little better, you can say it again.
Okay, how do you read now, Jack?
That's a lot better, Fred.
Yeah, just that the moon is still so bright that I think probably the higher range rest would be better F8, maybe even F11.
Yes?
Okay.
Yes, Jack? I can hardly hear you. What loop are you on? Mobile engineering? No. Turn on channel 6 on your small TV monitor there.
I can just barely on the left corner of the moon now make out the foothills of Marl Formation. Never did get to see it when we were in
Candy up there?
Okay, I'm reading on my monitor here, Fred, that you're 16,214 miles away from the moon, moving at about 4,500 feet a second.
Okay. The sounds of all the work that has gone on and is still going on. This flight's probably a lot bigger test for the system on the ground than up here.
Yeah, you've been working it out a little bit.
Yeah, I really
got a tough job right now switching off these.
Well, everybody down here is 100% optimistic. Looks like we're on the upside of the whole thing now.
Yeah, I guess we better be in pretty good shape, particularly ourselves rested for that entry day. I think that's going to be a pretty busy one.
Right, and we're working on procedures for that. Ken's been doing quite a bit of work on getting ready for entry.
Very good.